This time, we'd like to convene the City Council meeting for Monday, January 31st, 2022. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Yes, sir. Mayor Burt.
Here.
Councilmember Cormack.
Here.
Councilmember Du Bois.
Here.
Councilmember Philseth.
Here.
Vice Mayor Ku.
Here.
Councilmember Stone.
Here.
And Councilmember Tanaka.
Here.
For the record, we have all 7 present.
Thank you. Our first item tonight is a conference, actually 2 closed session items. One is a conference with our labor negotiators on discussing employee organizations of our SEIU, our Utilities Management Professional Organization, our UMPAPA Police Officer Association, and the Police Management Association, and the International Association of Firefighters, and the Fire Chiefs Association, and the Management and Professional Organization. And should we take one motion to go into closed session for both items? Is that correct?
Actually, just to confirm, Mayor, I believe this may have been amended, but there's only one item.
Okay, just the labor.
Yes.
Is that correct? All right. So do we have a motion for that to go into closed session for that item?
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Councilmember Philseth, second by Councilmember Cormack. Would the clerk please call the roll?
So Mayor, I wanted to make a comment before.
I'm sorry. So before we take a vote on going into closed session, Councilmember Du Bois.
Yeah, I just wanted to comment on this item before we go into closed session. Just for anybody watching, for the public, council passed by a 9-0 vote in 2018 an intention to move to open, transparent labor negotiations. Now, that was pretty much 4 years ago. And it's my hope that we'll implement this policy soon. And while we would still go into closed session to discuss negotiations, written offers, once they were made by either the union or management, would become public 2 days after being received, as is done in several other cities in California. So, I understand that California law requires us to bargain with our labor groups regarding a procedural practice like this. But I just want to kind of bring it back to the top. Decisions on wages, benefits, future pensions, they're really significant to the community from a fiscal perspective and to our ability to recruit and retain employees. And, today these decisions are done essentially through private conversations. So I just want to say, the goal of this policy is appropriate transparency to provide, timely and meaningful data while protecting the fairness, integrity of the bargaining process. So I hope it's something we can really work on with our unions to implement soon. Thanks.
Thank you. So at this time, do we have any members of the public who wish to speak on going into closed session? And I don't see any. So would the clerk please call the roll?
Yes, sir. Mayor Burt.
Yes.
Councilmember Cormack.
Yes.
Councilmember Du Bois.
Yes.
Councilmember Philseth.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Ku.
Yes.
Councilmember Stone.
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Great. So we all should have a link to the closed session. Does everybody have it? And great. So we'll sign off of this Zoom and re-enter under the closed session item. Thanks. And so we'll move on to our next item, which is public comment. This is the opportunity for members of the public to speak on items that are not otherwise on the agenda. And do we have any public speakers who wish to comment? We have our city clerk back. There we go. Thank you. Okay, just give it a moment to see how many speakers we have, and we can determine the amount of time. Okay, is that all the speakers? We'll give it one more minute while the first speaker is speaking, and then we'll close public comment. And we're going to need to limit it to 2 minutes per speaker tonight, because the number of speakers, and we're already behind schedule significantly in the meeting due to the closed session. So our first speaker is Ivan Kisyov. Welcome. Mr. Kisyov, are you there?
I'm there. Can you hear me?
We can. Thank you. Go right ahead.
Okay. I live in Altair, and I just would like to.
I'm sorry. It sounds like you may have 2 devices on, and we're getting an echo.
Okay. Shouldn't be anymore. But...
And I'll just, while we're waiting for that, just encourage members of the public, if you are concurring with a prior speaker, you may be able to attribute your comments to the prior speaker and allow us to move forward more efficiently, but you're welcome to have your full time.
I just want to check if you can hear me.
Yeah, and we'll reset your time. Go ahead.
Okay. So I come from Altair Walk, where we have been experiencing some crime wave, I would call it, because just in the month of January, we had 3 different occurrences. And I would like to offer a perspective why that's important for us. It's over 100 families, and when something happens, 100 people feel it. We're a community, we share all experiences, and it's not one person when gets affected by it. So you can count that 3 times this month, 100 people were affected by their property being attacked, their safety being compromised, and they feeling violated, and rightfully so. In a way, we live like a little city. We have boards. We know that it's a matter of resources and priorities. So respect the choices that the council makes, but we will urge you to put safety on the priorities of the city. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Bill Birch, to be followed by James Dye.
Thank you very much. This is Bill. I assume you can hear me. For the past few years, people representing both sides of Castilleja's proposal have resisted popping up at every council meeting out of deference to the council's responsibility to attend to other city issues. Instead, they reserved their public comments for meetings when Castilleja was actually on the agenda. Doing so has allowed you and the other city leaders to focus your valuable time together on the many other important decisions you're facing. However, last week, I noticed that several citizens spoke out against Castellea's proposal during public comments section of your meeting, even though Castellea was not on the agenda. As the son of a former council member and mayor, I totally understand the importance of allowing everyone to have their time and chance to speak. I also know firsthand that extended public comment sessions that don't relate to that evening's agenda can push back scheduled items late into the night and early morning hours. Important items get deferred and fatigue becomes an issue. So I have a question for the council. How would you like us to proceed as engaged citizens regarding Castellea? Would your preference be to put up no guidelines on comment sessions for non-Castellea meetings and have Castellea advocates and opponents clog up the sessions? Or if council policy allows, direct citizens who wish to make a statement regarding Castellea on those nights when the school is not on the agenda to instead submit their comments in written form to be included in your weekly packets. I opt for the second option. It just seems to make sense. It respects the work you're trying to do across the city, and rather than tying up your time and energy. There will be a lot of meetings coming up where Castellea will be the subject, and I encourage you to encourage your citizens to submit written comments until those meetings come to pass. Thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you. Our next speaker is James Dye, to be followed by Scott Yu. Welcome.
Can you hear me now?
We can.
All right, I'm also living in Altair Walk, which is off of San Antonio. We are very close to the freeway, and I suspect that's one of the reasons we are being sort of, I think, inflicted by crime. And I want to propose that this crime is not just random crimes. I have seen video footage by JCC, which we are adjacent to. From their video footage, we can see that the perpetrators that have sort of ransacked our bag cages, stolen from our mailroom, and last year they even broke into the vaults of all the mailboxes, and we suspect identity theft. I know one individual who is unfortunately a senile woman whose family reported to our board that their checking account was stolen from. I have no idea what the financial loss was. But these are very sophisticated crimes, and I urge the city council to put more urgency to public safety and these crime waves that are exacerbated by the COVID situation that we are in. And not just the businesses, improving the businesses in our community, I fully support, but I actually want to add, raising the public funding for their police and giving a more community public safety. My family with my young son don't feel safe going out for walks at night anymore because of these issues. I strongly urge the council to reconsider their priorities for this coming year and put the safety of our family members as well as the other public family members first. There was a shooting, I believe, that was happened very close near Fair Meadow and JLS, and that's the end of my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Scott Yu, to be followed by Andrew. And people are encouraged to provide their full name, but not obligated to do so. Thank you. Welcome. Scott,
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, we got you. Go ahead.
This is Scott Yu. I'm living at 18 Artile Walk, also a resident at Artile Walk complex. I will just try to say something that happened to my family specifically. So about a month ago, it was a typical day, weekday. My wife went down to the parking lot, the common parking lot we have with the gate. So she could drive to the school to pick up our two young kids. It was like 1 or 2 p.m. in the afternoon. But when she approached her minivan parking the parking lot, she noticed that there was strangers sitting in the driver's seat of her car with masks on. She was scared, very afraid, but she had to pick up her kids anyway. So she stepped close and knocked on the window, but that really scared off the guy too. So he opened the door and just ran away. And it seems like We reported that to the police, but they couldn't do anything because lack of resources and information we had. And I'm pretty sure that that's a repeated crime done by someone who knows well about our community and the way to get into our community. So I just echo what our neighbors said, that urge the city council to take strong measures and affirmative action to stop this crime, because I do think that these people think that they can freely come into our community in Palo Alto and steal other people's stuff without being caught. They have their confidence that they will never get caught because of lack of resources we have. So yeah, that's my comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Andrew, to be followed by Paige Cook. Welcome. Let's see, the timer is set at 20. There we go. Andrew, are you there?
Yes. Hello?
Yes. Hi. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
sorry about that. Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes, you have the floor.
Oh, great. Okay, so I also live at Altair. I've been living in Palo Alto for 2 decades now, at Altair for 10 years now. And it's always been a really safe and wonderful place to call home, but that's really all changed in the past 2 years. We've been endlessly victimized by thieves. And just to add on to what the previous speakers said, I just want to say it's also been getting a lot worse. The criminals have become more and more bold because they're confident they won't face consequences. So my personal experience last month, I had prescription glasses stolen from our mailroom. It was annoying because I have, these were special order glasses. So, I had to go a month with blurry vision. But what really vexes me about that crime is that these same criminals had robbed us earlier that week. And then the week after they stole my glasses, they came back and robbed us a 3rd week in a row. And, we have video of them coming in broad daylight to our mailroom, seeing that there's no mail in the mailroom, there's nothing to steal. But they're so bold now that they'll disassemble our Door King security system and break in anyways, just to double check that there's nothing to steal. So I also urge this city council to make our safety a top priority. Thanks.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Paige Cook, to be followed by Chase Garber. Welcome.
Hello, this is Paige Cook. Hi, City Council. My name is Paige Cook, and I'm also a resident of Altair Walk. We are new to the community as of November, and I'm not sure if you've visited our community, but all of our front doors are on one level, and underneath is the parking garage. I have 2 kids that go to Palo Alto USD, a 5th grader and a 4th grader. And on January 6th at 7:40 p.m. Or 7:40 a.m., I was walking them to school, going downstairs to retrieve my bike, a locked bike inside of our garage. And as I walked downstairs, I noticed someone I hadn't seen in our community before. I unlocked my bike, and as I was exiting the parking garage, I see an individual who was shrouded, had covered themselves completely, take 2 packages inside of our locked mailroom. And I had already been aware of what happened on Christmas with the mailroom being completely ransacked by criminals entering. So I was already on alert. And as I was exiting our parking garage, I yelled to my husband to keep the kids away. I could sense something wasn't right. And as I was biking out of the garage, I noticed that the man had taken a belonging from a rack that had been sitting for a while, and then he started shopping bicycles. So feeling my mama bear instincts kick in, I said, "Hey, you're stealing." And at that point, he realized I'd called him out, and he started coming towards me, and I felt very nervous. We were able to see the car he got into and escaped without any other confrontation after that. But 2 days later, as I was leaving to go pick my kids up at 2:30 in the afternoon, the same two gentlemen were upstairs in a locked portion of our community, shopping what seemed to be the front doors of everyone's homes. And that is what really, really infuriated me, is that these same gentlemen were now inside of the community where our children play. So I beg for an increased investment in safety for our community and an increased just presence, please, because I read that our neighborhood is now considered a hot spot for theft. And I please hope that you invest in our neighborhood.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Chase Garber, to be followed by Rebecca Eisenberg. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening. I'm yet another resident of the Altair Walk complex. You're hearing a lot from us this evening. Last Friday morning, about 8 o'clock, my son Jonah left to go to school, and he called me a couple minutes later, and he was clearly very shaken and upset. And he said, "Dad, my bike was stolen." Now, we ended up being really lucky. Huge shout out to some members of the Palo Alto Police Department. We actually recovered his bike over the weekend. But the real damage is harder to fix, because he knows that if he'd been down there an hour earlier, he would have run into these two thieves in the middle of committing a crime. And that scares him. And it scares me because, you know, as we were reminded last week, property crime can very easily escalate into violent crime. So I know we're talking about a lot of theft and we're talking about a lot of petty theft, but in my opinion, the greater harm isn't the loss of bicycles or Amazon packages, it's the loss of the psychological safety of our community. And you know, that's the point I really want to impress upon you, is that this has a growing and insidious effect on people's safety, people's feeling of safety living in Palo Alto. And I know it's a hard problem to solve, and it's not a uniquely Palo Alto problem to solve, but as many of my neighbors have, I urge you to prioritize investing in solving the problem, investing in giving the police the resources they need to help us and to help try to improve the situation.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Rebecca Eisenberg, to be followed by Atul. Welcome.
Hey there. I'm here to speak to you about a different crime. California Government Code Section 54959 provides the following. A public official who intentionally deprives the public of information that he has reason to know the public is entitled to is guilty of a misdemeanor. It has been a month since the Daily Post reported that City Manager Ed Shikata has been, for the past almost 3 years, providing 2 city manager updates, one to the city council for the city council's eyes only, and the other for the community at large, the following day at the city council meeting. The evidence that he is doing this is indisputable because it is taken entirely from emails written by Shikata himself. Shikata even admits his illegal rationale for concealing material information from the public. He writes in an email he wrote July 2021, in deciding to conceal the information about Pets in Need's termination of its contract, he wrote, "We will not proactively share this development with others," he wrote to the city council, "in order to provide staff time to meet and determine appropriate steps forward without public involvement." It is hard to imagine an admission that creates on its face a stronger prima facie case for criminal violation of the Brown Act. Isn't this worthy of an investigation at very least? At least one of you claims to have attended law school. He's talking right now to someone else. If you're confused, allow me to read to you the preamble of the Brown Act. The people of this state do not yield their sovereignty to the agencies which serve them. The people in delegating authority do not give their public servants the right to decide what is good for the people to know and what is not good for them to know. The people insist on remaining informed so that they may retain control over the instruments they have created. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Atul, to be followed by Christian Bouvier. Welcome.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you for the opportunity. The esteemed members here have already heard about the dire security situation at Altair Walk. I want to talk about 3 arguments or limitations that I've heard about this situation. First, the crime is limited to only a few hot spots, such as Stanford Mall or Altair. At the risk of sounding obvious to most of you, I just want to state that crime is a cancer. If not nipped in the bud, it is only a matter of time that it will fester and spread everywhere, impacting every Palo Alto resident and family. Second, the arguments around that these petty thefts are not worth the time and resource. Sure, strictly speaking from economic ROI at the face value, they may not be worthwhile. However, if you think about we are inadvertently endorsing by not taking swift and strict action against this, the real total cost of this is staggering. In my opinion, this is eroding trust from the public system and elected resources. We are wrongly advocating what I have seen and experienced in other lawless societies, the rule of junta, where civilians take the law and security in their own hands. In my opinion, this is telling our children and younger generation that it is okay to commit petty thefts because no one will charge you. In my opinion, we are emboldening the thieves, so when someone does come in their way one day, they will not hesitate to go to the next level because they have come to believe that it is their right to take others' properties. Finally, I agree that City Council's other priorities are important too, such as climate control, economic recovery, etc. However, in my opinion, if the air we breathe every day is full of fear due to these events, it does not resonate with voters what we are doing to stop ice melting fast in Antarctica. If you are telling the unemployed and economically distressed population that it is okay to go and steal up to $500, for example, a day without any severe repercussions, then no amount of other economic recovery incentives are interesting to them. In summary, I plead along with my fellow Altair residents and neighbors to make crime fighting a top priority for the city. A small amount of resources will make disproportionate and long-term changes here in maintaining Palo Alto's status as the elite and the safe city to raise our children. Thank you.
Christian Beauvoir to be followed by Sharon Lee Nakayama. Welcome. Christian?
Hello, can you hear me?
We can, a little
I
faintly.
was saying that I lowered my hand. I had raised it in error.
Okay, thank you. Sharon Lee Nakayama to be followed by Chuck Jagoda. Welcome.
Hello. My name is Sharon Lee Nakayama, and I'm here today to talk to you about the need for crime prevention, as mentioned with the other Altarians. Since 2020, and I'm going to speak very quickly, we've had experiences of seemingly weekly or daily thefts of bicycles, mail, packages, items within storage units, and car break-ins. They've opened up our mailbox bank by crowbarring it open, stealing personal information. They've stolen our master key for the mailbox bank and opened it again to steal mail, one of which was a set of duplicate keys to all of our Altair's Walk, thus requiring us to replace all of our door locks and residence keys. Besides just jumping over our gates, they've cut holes in our metal fences to gain access into Altair. They've terrorized our residents, several of whom you've just talked with. As a board member, I feel like I'm playing whack-a-mole with thieves because every time they break in, we try to fix that soft spot. And then they find another soft spot and we fix that. But they find another way to break in and on it goes. I just spoke with Altatore, our senior residents next door, and they say they too have been experiencing higher amounts of theft. Their residents have access onto our podium, which they do use. With the increasing number of trespassers or thieves in our gated community, where seniors walk and children play, it's not only scary, but as proven in today's news with the gun incident during the auto theft, may be life-threatening. I circulated a petition to all of our 103 residents and returned with 107 signatures about crime prevention in Altair and having it as a citywide priority. I urge you to consider providing funds and resources to combat the level of crime that we are currently experiencing here at Altair and Altatore. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Chuck Jagoda, to be followed by our final speaker, Lynn Chiapella. Welcome.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Palo Alto is quite advanced in many ways. The latest to the list is you all coming back so quickly with the protections for renters and residents. And I thank you for that. That's very good. And I hope that you'll see fit to pass it as a permanent condition. But we also in Palo Alto can learn from San Jose. As many of you, I'm sure, are aware, San Ricardo has declared or enacted a regulation that people who buy guns in San Jose or own guns are responsible for self-indemnifying. In other words, they take responsibility for that gun and they have an insurance policy in case something happens as a result of that gun. Somebody steals it or it's an accident or whatever. They've protected themselves and others the same way we all do when we have a car. We have to get car insurance. Well, why not do what Sam did here in Palo Alto? We have a group of people here in Palo Alto who cause a large percentage of the violence. I'm not saying all of it, but police violence should not be encouraged. And it's a problem, and it's a very expensive problem. So how about requiring police to get insurance policies on themselves when they're hired, so that in case they forget to turn on their body camera and accidentally shoot someone or whatever, it's covered. Thank you.
Thank you. And our final speaker is Lynn Chiapella. Welcome. You should have the floor, Ms. Chiapella.
Well, I'm trying to get the
There you
floor.
go. There you go.
Lynn Chiapella, and I would like to request that the council packets, including all of those informational reports at the end, be distributed to at least 2 of the libraries. When I've called the libraries, they have told me that for whatever reason, they don't know why, but they're not getting any of the packets. For some of us who still read the printed page, it's very difficult to go through these, especially these 73-page reports. And then when you have to flip back and forth to mix and match what it says here and what it says there, it becomes very difficult. And I have requested this and they don't know what to do about it. They just don't get it. So you used to send a packet to at least 2 of the libraries, but in my experience, in quote, the old days, it went to all of the larger libraries, of course, not the children's. I would appreciate it if you would think of doing that again. So I want to make a comment on one of the reports at the moment, the housing report. It's very difficult to read online. And when you go back and forth, unless I want to print off all 73 pages, it's very hard to compare the information for some of us, at least old timers. And I noticed that we need to build 6,600 units and that the kind of units we need to build, we're not building. So I went back to the previous housing report to try to compare what was said and done. It's very difficult to get apples and apples from those 2 reports. And I think the bottom line is very few family units are going to be built, and the appendixes show that very clearly. Thank you.
Thank you. So just so the members of the public understand, state law does not allow us to have discourse on items that are not agendized, but the city manager can respond. And so I'd like to give him an opportunity to respond to the speakers from Altair. And I will add that that I know that council members have been concerned about this after we became aware of it. And I hope that the city manager will give some as substantive of responses as possible. And then if he knows the answer quickly on the situation on council packets at the libraries, to also just include that information. Thank
Sure,
you.
thank you. Thank you, Mayor. Actually, on that latter point, I do not, so I'll ask the city clerk to chime in if she has that information handy when I complete my comment related to Altair Walk. It does sound like residents have been in communication, but if that's not the case, I did want all residents to be aware that our Palo Alto Police Department staff have reviewed the circumstances and are in communication with at least one resident. And so if there has been any lack of awareness of the review by our Palo Alto Police Department, I'd certainly like to invite any resident to contact me directly. Probably the easiest email address to remember is city manager, CITYMGR, at cityofpaloalto.org. That's CITYMGR at cityofpaloalto.org. And I'll ensure that our police department review and recommendations are passed along to you. Obviously, this is an issue that's evolving and one that we will stay in touch on, but I do want to ensure that our communication lines are remaining open throughout this and appreciate difficult issues that residents are experiencing. And if the police chief were here, I'm sure he would note one that is unfortunately not unique to Palo Alto or to Altair Walk, and one again that we will bring all our existing resources to bear. Thank you. And then on the issue of the council packets, don't see our city clerk lighting up, so suspect that's an issue we may need to get back to you on.
Through the mayor, I do want to confirm that we stopped sending the council packets to the libraries during COVID, or because of COVID. It wasn't because of budget cuts. It's something that we can consider redoing again. It's my understanding that the previous city clerk had the library staff. It was distributed to the main library, and they had kept track of how many times people came in to look at the packets, and it didn't. The number of individuals that came in was not significant enough to continue to do it. I do have a meeting with the library director tomorrow, and we can discuss possibly reinstating this and what it would take budget-wise and staffing-wise, and return back to you with an answer.
Great. It seems like it's a pretty nominal amount, but we can follow up.
Would also like to note that in the interim, the computers that are available at our libraries are another means through which to review those packets. And I'm sure our librarians would be more than happy to assist any patron with access to that system.
Okay, thanks. All right, so that concludes our public comment period. Our next item is the consent calendar. We have one item on there, which is Foothills Fire Mitigation Safety Improvement Strategies. And I will say that I wish to attempt to remove that from consent. Vice Mayor Koo?
I'll second.
Councilmember Stone?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I was going to vote to pull item 2 as well.
Yeah, it's an individual request. Great. So we have 3 members who are requesting that. And then in that case, it will necessarily be removed and agendized for a future council meeting for a full council discussion. Is that correct? So we don't need to have a motion on approval of the item. If there were members of the public who wish to speak to that, we can allow that. But if not, we can hopefully defer it to the date at which we actually take up that item. Are there any, City Clerk, Milton, were there any members of the public who want to speak on the consent?
A little unclear, Mr. Mayor, as some hands were, the same hands were raised that wanted to speak under general public comments.
I see.
We can see if they want to make comments on the consent agenda.
Yeah.
One moment.
Okay. And I think these may be people who carried over. This is an item on just foothills fire protection. Can we?
Oh, yeah. No, I wanted to speak on the renter protection.
Yeah, so that's not at this time. It's the renter protection is item number 3. So why don't we remove the names? And if anyone wishes at this time to submit their name for Foothills Fire Protection, to do that. Is that what Jonathan Ehrman wishes to speak on? It does not appear to be the case. Okay, and since yeah.
I was trying to speak during public comment, but they wouldn't put me on the list.
Oh, we had closed public comment at the time. Raise your hand.
I was following it for like, an hour and a half, waiting for the time. And when I joined in at 7:31, it was on the 3rd speaker, and I still couldn't get on the list.
All right, I'll allow you to go ahead and speak. 2 minutes. Yeah.
I will try to be brief. Last week when the council was talking about, we want to find ways of, community. It's public comment stuff. It's very frustrating when you can't, if you schedule a meeting, say closed session from 5 to 6, and you can't even keep to that. These should be. That's part of being professional is planning these things and knowing how long these meetings take. It's very different, if we want to decide, I think I want to speak at public comments or talk to the council about this, just for our 2 minutes, we have to spend, hours keeping track of these things. And as the meter keeps track, now it's at 6:30. Okay, fine. So I'll go out, get something to come back at 6:30. I'll do it. It's now it's 6:45. It's 7:15 at 7:20. Now it's 7:30. And so, you spend, a few minutes doing something, you come back at 7:31 and you've missed your chance to even speak. I don't understand why these labor negotiations shouldn't be a surprise. They're supposed to be handled by professionals and experts. That's what we're paying our city staff for. They should be able to handle these things in under the time, not double plus the time. It really makes one feel that it's very hard to have confidence in how the city is run when you can't even manage time properly. If something is scheduled for a certain amount of time, it shouldn't take, hours more. We should be able to feel that we can schedule ourselves without spending a whole evening just waiting to have a few minutes to speak to the council. I mean, you complained like you said last time, the volunteers on some of these committees, shouldn't have to work all these hours as volunteers. What about people who want to speak to the council and have to spend hours just, finding that one spot? You shouldn't have this thing of cutting it off after 5 minutes is new. It didn't used to be the case when it was in person. And it should be rethought because it's very detrimental. If at 7:20 you say we're going to start at approximately 7:30, if I come back at 7:31 and find I've missed my chance to speak, that's ridiculous.
Thank you. So at this time, we will go to city manager comments, and I'll just note that the council had scheduled a break coming out of the labor session, and we deferred that because important discussion matters in closed session took longer than the scheduled time. Mr. City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. I'll be brief here. Let's see, could I ask for the assistance of City Clerk's office to bring up a few slides? All right, perfect. Thank you. Next slide, please. Oh my, not sure if it's me, but things are moving a little slow. on my screen. But in any case, we just jump into it with our weekly update related to pandemic conditions. Really, this week, simply want to focus on ongoing testing options and the availability of test kits for members of the community. Would note that we, through the city, as well as through others that we're aware of, are continuing to make testing available at our both Mitchell Park Library parking lot, as well as the City Hall Plaza on Tuesdays and Wednesdays. Information on that is available on our city website, cityofpaloalto.org/testing. In addition, hopefully community members are well aware that the federal government is making test kits available for home delivery. I signed up right away, haven't received mine yet. I suspect others have. Actually, I've heard others have. Would certainly encourage everyone to sign up for those test kits at information available on our city's homepage. And also note that Santa Clara County has announced the availability of limited number of test kits at county locations. And that is available at the county's website, sccfreetest.org. Next slide, please. Then just one timely item for community awareness. Today, our police department and information technology department rolled out the beta version of a new website that provides near real-time information to provide community awareness of ongoing police response to calls for service. And this is within the hour of calls that are then posted to our website and retained for the following day, provides a bridge to other reporting that we have. This new online map, it has been eagerly anticipated by many of us for a while, and as such, do want to appreciate the work from staff on at least two departments and others in pulling this together. This is effectively what we've referred to as the pulse point for police, where Pulse Point does provide a similar app for fire and emergency medical responses so that community members can be aware of calls for service around the community over the past day or so. And again, this is really somewhat groundbreaking in providing this for awareness of police calls for service. Again, this is a beta, so would certainly welcome feedback on how its interface functions, and we'll take it a step at a time from there. Next slide, please. Then also want to note upcoming Lunar New Year celebrations. We have a few in-person celebrations that we are aware of. Most of these are, I believe, are not city sponsored, but again, recognizing community interest in this topic. As noted here, a celebration on February 6th, Sunday, at Mitchell Park Community Center, and the 9th at, let's see, I don't know that we've got the location on the February 9th event. So information is provided though on our calendar, and I will confirm location for that. Next slide, please. Oh, and then we've got our upcoming city council items. Next week, or actually this weekend, on Saturday, we have our city council retreat, all virtual. And then next Monday, we, as has been noted, our mid-year budget review, as well as discussion of next steps on streets that are currently closed to automobile traffic. Then on Valentine's Day, February 14th, we'll have update on activities related to the Coverly property, as well as update on discussions with Pets in Need and our animal shelter operations. And then notable at the end of the month on the 28th, we will have a council discussion of the grand jury response related to housing, affordable housing production. And I believe that is our last slide. Thank you, Mayor, members of the council.
Thank you. So we're now going to take a break for about 10 minutes. We'll reconvene at 8:20 sharp. So please turn your cameras back on when you've returned to the meeting. Thank you. Okay. All right. It looks like we have everyone back from the break. So at this time, we'd like to commence with our first action item, which is a public hearing on adoption of an emergency ordinance and a regular ordinance amending the Palo Alto Municipal Code, Section 9.68, regarding relocation assistance for no-fault evictions by reducing the threshold of the applicability from 50 units to 10 units or a lower threshold. This is exempt from CEQA guidelines. So we also, before proceeding on the item, Councilmember Stone.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Based on the advice of council, I'll be recusing myself from this item due to the fact that I live at the Lane Court Apartments.
Thank you. And so my understanding is you'll be signing off from the meeting and then reconvening with us when we end this item.
Okay, so point of clarification, you want me to leave the meeting?
City Attorney, what's the best guidance on a remote session?
Mr. Mayor, I think we usually handle that by having the recused council member turn off their camera, and then they can go about their business not in the meeting, and then they're available to turn their camera back on when the item is over.
Great, thank you. So Ms. Tanner, do you take the lead on this?
Thank you, Mayor Burt. I will kick us off and then I'll be handing it over to Ms. Bigelow. So it's good to see you all this evening and even be with you virtually. I hope you all are doing well. We are very happy to bring this back quickly. You heard the item, our whole renter protection package in November, and gave direction to staff on what items to implement. And this was a high priority item, the tenant relocation assistance ordinance. So I'm going to hand it over to Ms. Lauren Bigelow. You'll remember she is our partnership for the Bay's Future Fellows for a few more weeks, and we're very excited to bring this for you this evening. And of course, if you have any questions, we will be available after the staff presentation. Ms. Bigelow?
Thank you, Assistant Director Tanner, and good evening, council members, and thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Lauren Bigelow, and I am the Partnership for the Bay's Future Fellow placed with the City of Palo Alto to work on renter protections. Next slide, please. We're here tonight to discuss an amendment to the Tenant Relocation Assistance Ordinance, lowering the unit threshold to 10 per City Council direction, which is stated here, bring back to Council an amendment to expand our relocation ordinance to buildings of 10 or more units per property. Next slide, please. The original tenant relocation assistance ordinance came into being in 2018 as a response to a pending mass eviction at the President Hotel. As you know, the city applied for the challenge grant to get a fellow so they could continue working on renter protections. And in 2020, I started researching our renters, what protections Palo Alto already had, and what protections the community needed. Over the next year and change, PDS staff reported out findings to the PTC, HRC, and City Council. On November 29th, 2021, City Council provided staff with direction on how to pursue the proposed renter protection policies, and the amendment to tenant relocation assistance was the first of the proposed policies to return to Council. Part of why this is returning so quickly is because it is a simple amendment, literally changing one number, and there's a demonstrated need in the community. Next slide, please. The PTC recommended that the City Council adopt the proposed ordinance to amend tenant relocation assistance this past week to apply to structures or lots containing 10 or more units instead of 50 or more units. The PTC additionally suggested that the definitions of at-fault evictions and no-fault evictions from AB 1482 in the ordinance be added into the ordinance. Next slide, please. The existing language is part of Chapter 9.68, Rental Housing Stabilization. This chapter includes requirements for offering a one-year written lease and relocation assistance for no-fault evictions. Tenant relocation assistance is currently applicable to properties or lots with 50 or more units, or rather 22% of the rental housing stock. Tenant relocation assistance is defined as monies paid to tenants who have been evicted through no fault of their own. For example, an owner needing to renovate the unit or have a family member move in. Next slide, please. As you can see here, this is the 2018 base rate of the original ordinance. The assistance provided is mostly based on the unit type. Of note is that the additional assistance is provided to households that qualify based on their income level of ability and or the relative ages of household members. The 22 figures are reflected in the staff report and will be updated annually. Next slide, please. Based on the table presented, we can see that amending the ordinance to include properties with 10 or more units will more than double the amount of rental units covered and will reach both medium and large properties. As you can see here, the blue denotes the draft ordinance and the green is covering the current ordinance. Next slide, please. Tenant relocation assistance is not uncommon in the Bay Area, as can be seen here in this slide. Here's a list of cities providing varying degrees of relocation assistance from large cities to small. Next slide, please. As we mentioned in the staff report, amending this ordinance falls into alignment with several policy goals. Renter protections are an example of affirmatively furthering fair housing, or AFFH, which has been named as a priority for the Housing and Community Development Department, or HCD. Tenant relocation assistance is a renter protection. Also, increasing community stability is goal L2 of the comprehensive plan. Tenant relocation assistance provides greater community stability by incentivizing keeping tenants in their homes. Next slide, please. Tonight, the PTC and staff recommends that council adopt the emergency ordinance, lowering the threshold for relocation assistance from 50 units per property to 10 units per property for qualifying tenants as defined in the municipal code, or 2, adopts the permanent ordinance lowering the threshold for relocation assistance from 50 units per property to 10 units per property for qualifying tenants as defined in the municipal code. Next slide, please. As per usual, do not hesitate to reach out. We are also posting some of this work to the city's website under long-range planning. As my fellowship is ending in a few weeks, you'll be able to reach me there for a little while longer, and the contact information of the city staff taking over will be on the website as well. And on a personal note, it's been a pleasure to listen and learn from you over the past 2 years. As we have researched, educated, and built out responsive policies that make real change in the community. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Ms. Tanner, did you have anything else at this time?
At this time, that will end staff's presentation. We also do want to recognize and thank those who've written in or corresponded with the staff or participated in the PTC hearing, and certainly hope to reflect their comments in the discussion.
Thank you. And so before hearing any technical questions from the council and then hearing from the public, Ms. Stump, can you provide some clarification on the requirements, voting requirements for passage of an emergency ordinance tonight?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So under our municipal code, an emergency ordinance requires 4/5 of council members present and voting. That's 6 tonight with the one council member absent from the meeting. And 4/5 of 6 is 5. So you need 5 affirmative votes to pass the emergency ordinance. That does then go into effect immediately. The regular ordinance is identical, and we do recommend, if council is interested in these policies, that you adopt both. The regular ordinance acts as a backstop. It requires a simple majority of all council members, which is a vote of 4. Thank you. And it needs a second reading in 30 days to go into effect.
And by a backstop, you mean that should the emergency ordinance not pass tonight, then we would, through a simple majority, be able to pass the normal ordinance.
It also helps if for some reason there's some kind of a technical challenge to the emergency ordinance and its findings. And if a court were to find there were a problem, we don't believe that there is. It's a sound emergency ordinance. But if that were to occur, then you would have the regular ordinance in place, then enacting the policy through the traditional procedure.
Great. And members of the public, if you wish to speak, please sign in at this time. Do we have any technical questions from the council before hearing from the public? I don't see any, so we can go on to public comments on this item. Okay, so far we have 4 speakers, and I'll leave it open for a few more minutes for other people to sign up. While our first speaker is Liz Gardner, to be followed by Anil Babar. And let's see, let me give it just a moment to see how many speakers we have so that we can determine how much time we can allow per speaker. And so we'll be closing public comment in just a moment. So if you wish to sign up, please do so at this time. All right, our first, let's see, we will, based on 10 speakers, we'll be closing the public comment sign up and allow each speaker to speak for up to 3 minutes. Our first speaker is Liz Gardner, to be followed by Anil Babar. Welcome. Ms. Gardner, you should have the floor.
No, I
There you
don't.
go. You do.
Oh, can you hear me?
We can.
Oh, great. Thank you. Liz Gardner, Mayfield Place, Palo Alto. I just wanted to ask a couple questions and hopefully I'll get done within my 3-minute time period. But who at the city will be overseeing the rent ordinance, and will the city council, be reviewing yearly the progress of this vital service ordinance to the residents of Palo Alto? I am here tonight to speak on behalf of myself and my family. I live at Mayfield Place, but I would like to relocate. We've completely outgrown the very small 750 square foot 4-year-old floor plan that we now rent. V Rents is quite a large rental management business here in Palo Alto and around, and they accept our guaranteed federally backed Section 8 housing choice voucher, yet V Rents will deny the prospective renter, such as myself, over and above my good credit, because I can't show 3 times the amount of rent and wages, 3 months of pay stubs, 3 months of total rent in the bank, which essentially means I need to have about $20,000 in the bank and make about $100,000 a year to rent a very outdated, upwards of $3,000 a month, 800 square foot, 2-bedroom, 1-bath apartment, built in the 1960s. And they seem to be dominating the rental market here. But again, they gladly accept, in quotations, accepts Section 8 renters, but because of these outrageous requests, I would not be able to rent from them. So, I just am looking for a new rental apartment for myself and my 2 school-age sons. We're, embedded into the community. My kids are future leaders. I'm a community, very active community member. And, but because of the oppressive costs of rents here, it prohibits our family to thrive and grow and evolve out of our current and very, very low income demographic situation. So I've been on rental lists for many years. I've been a resident here for 7 years, and my kids, sorry, are 4th generation Palo Altans. So I just would like for you guys to really understand firsthand what it's like to be very low income and trying to find good rental, safe, fair housing in Palo Alto. Thank you.
I was muted. Our next speaker is Anil Barber, to be followed by Rebecca Eisenberg. Welcome.
Good evening, Anil Babar with the California Apartment Association. The California Apartment Association is opposed to this very short-sighted policy. Over the past 2 years, owners have suffered from a great amount of loss due to many tenants unable to pay their rent. The funding to make up for that lost rent that was promised to them from the state and federal government has taken months to come in, if at all. And now we're hearing the funding is drying up. This proposal will already compound an already difficult financial situation for many mom and pop owners, and it will take them years to recover. You can prevent these losses by not reducing the threshold for relocation. Your PTC committee also, while they recommended the proposal, they did so reluctantly due to the extreme lack of data to demonstrate the need for this program. Adoption of this ordinance is being done because it's a feel-good measure and not rooted in data to demonstrate its necessity. I urge you, the council, to reject this measure. I also want to respond to a couple of comments I heard in the staff presentation. One, that they've demonstrated a need for this program. From the data that was presented to the PTC, only a handful of cases of this policy was utilized over the past couple of years for the units that it was applied to. So clearly there hasn't demonstrated a need for this program. And so I would argue that you're only putting the mom and pop owners in further financial strain by lowering the threshold. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Rebecca Eisenberg, to be followed by Emily Ann Ramos. Welcome.
Thank you. First, I want to say that I'm one of those mom and pop owners that Anil Babar referred to, and I strongly support this ordinance. I am a landlord. I rent out a single family home, and I strongly support this ordinance. And not only do I believe that it should extend to 10-unit buildings, I strongly urge you to extend it to single family homes. Since single family home rentals, like the one I rent, I'm a landlord and a tenant, those constitute as many as, and Ms. Bigelow could correct me, but I saw in her presentation that I'm pretty sure she said almost like 25% or more of our current tenants rent single family homes. You won't be protecting our community if you don't extend this ordinance to the very many of us, including myself, who rent single family homes. And again, I repeat, I am a landlord of a single family home as well. And I strongly support this residence. This residence promotes, this ordinance supports stability in communities. Stability in communities helps everybody. It helps homeowners, it helps tenants, it helps public schools, and it helps the morale of a community. Support this ordinance. Additionally, I want to state my moral and ethical objection to your requirements that Greer Stone recuse himself. I, as a voter, and am part of a large group that voted for tenants to running for city council because tenants are not represented effectively on city council. So finally, a tenant exists in city council, and you removed him from the ability to deliberate on and vote on the very issues that we put him in office to do. And if you insist on requiring Greer to recuse himself, at very least, all of you who are landlords or who own a portion in tenant-owned property, you need to recuse yourself too. I have read all of your financial statements, and I know that this applies to several of you. Several of you own interest in tenant-occupied buildings. At least disclose that. Appropriately, you need to recuse yourself. Finally, I really need to urge all of you that this is honestly the very least you can do in order to protect tenants in this community. I watched Ms. Bigelow present multiple times to this council and to the public her many amazingly well-researched ideas. I am so glad this is finally before you, but before she leaves, you need to vote on and pass all of them. Please let her do the work she's here to do. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Emily Ann Ramos, to be followed by Julie Beer. Welcome.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Wonderful. Good evening, Mayor Burt, Vice Mayor Koo, and council members. I'm Emily Ann Ramos with SB at Home, speaking on behalf of our members in support for the staff recommendation to adopt both an emergency ordinance and a permanent ordinance for lowering the units per property threshold for the tenant relocation assistance for no-fault evictions. We want to thank the council and staff for bringing this back so quickly in response to the growing need of many families who face absorbing the cost of displacement when they are evicted through no fault of their own. Although the use of an urgency ordinance to make policy is not always a good practice, the power of your council to pass such an ordinance exists for cases just like this. We advocated for a similar ordinance in 2018 when the residents of the President Hotel faced eviction without adequate relocation support, and for a local urgency ordinance during the implementation of AB 1482. We are excited that this is the first of many tenant protection ordinance that council moved forward from November's council meeting. Thank you for prioritizing the urgent need of your vulnerable residents in your city. We look forward to seeing many more. And thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Julie Beer, to be followed by Christian Beauvoir. Welcome.
Hello.
There you are. Great.
Hello, City Council. My name is Julie Beer. I'm a disabled senior living in a one-bedroom apartment with my husband, who's also a senior. We've lived in this apartment for about 35 years, and I do favor the adoption of relocation assistance program for no-fault evictions. I just wanted, in reference to something that was said before, we've never fallen behind on our rent during the pandemic. So, that hasn't been a problem. My landlady has had 3 times, she said, people come in trying to sell the building. It hasn't worked out yet, but I think it's going to happen. And I'm just wondering why the lower limit is 10 units. We are in a 6-unit apartment building, and I live on a street with a lot of apartment buildings, and there are many of them that are like ours at 6 units. Of course, I would like to be part of this new relocation assistance program, but I just hope you would consider maybe going down to 6 units instead of 10. So thank you very much for your time. Goodbye.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Christian Beauvoir, to be followed by Winter. Welcome. We're resetting the timer here and should have the floor.
Great. Thank you very much. My name is Christian Beauvoir. I'm with the Palo Alto Renters Association. I work in Palo Alto. My fiance works in Palo Alto. Policies like this ordinance are a statement of our values. It is a commitment to pool resources and energy to do collectively what we can't do on our own. And last week, hundreds of people rallied around one of our Palo Alto teachers who was getting evicted at no fault of his own because policy did not go far enough. The community said it's important to us that you're not living in your car. They said it's important that you have what you need. And many people said, we wish we could do more. And this vote today is an opportunity for us to do more. We're seeing more and more people being evicted at no fault of their own. Like Julie Beer said, you have people who have been living in Palo Alto for 35 years. We have large management companies, people who own a lot of buildings coming in and buying up this real estate because they know it can be profitable, and they're displacing large parts of our community, putting out 6 people at a time, 10 people at a time or more. And the longer we wait, the more people that are forced out of this community. And that means they're forced away from their children's schools. They're forced away from the childcare that they have a waiver for. Support systems, their doctors, their families and neighbors. People do not have a safety net. And if they lose their housing, they don't have safe alternatives. During the previous public comment section, people said it was really important that they felt like they were safe in their community. But I don't think it's possible for people to feel safe in a community where housing situation is going to be insecure. This is the city council's opportunity to stand in the gap. And the way hundreds of people said it's important for us to stand in the gap, the way they stood up for one of our Palo Alto teachers. And Palo Alto needs emergency and lasting renter relocation assistance ordinances that apply to all tenants. So that expanding it to 10 is incredible. And like Ms. Bigelow said, it will double the number of people that have access. But why stop there when we hear people like Julie and people like Rebecca Eisenberg who are saying that if we did more, we could save more people and help more people in our community. And that's what the purpose of this policy is, to do collectively what we can't do individually. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Winter. You're welcome to include your last name, to be followed by Katie Causey. Welcome. Should have the floor.
Thank you. I actually always do include my full name, but I think well, I don't know why it gets left off, but I can't be like Cher or Madonna or someone. I truly support this reduction to 10 units. I do disagree with the lobbyists from the California Apartment Association. 10 units in Palo Alto is quite a bit beyond a mom and pop operation, given the amounts of rents that are garnered in Palo Alto for 10 apartments. The owner of 10 apartments can well afford relocation payments to no-fault tenants. So please do pass this. It is needed, and unfortunately, I think it's going to be probably we will be seeing in the future more of a necessity for it. So do this. When it was passed, I was very involved, as many of you remember, with the President Hotel, and an incredibly unfortunate situation, which I must say I'm a little bitter about. So I was glad that it was passed for that situation, but those 50 units, I mean, that was way too much, and we need to do this. We need to be more realistic. So good on you folks for having this in front of you, and do the right thing tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Katie Causey, to be followed by Ana Toledano. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Katie Causey. Good evening, Council. I'm born and raised in Palo Alto. I've lived here for 28 years and only in apartments and duplexes. I'm a renter and an organizer for the Palo Alto Renters Association, and I'm just calling in to support expanding tenant relocation assistance. It's not just urgently needed, it's definitely the appropriate and pragmatic next step for supporting the Palo Alto community. Thank you, and I hope tonight doesn't go too late.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Ana Toledano, to be followed by our final speaker, Jennifer Michael.
Hello, Council. My name is Ana Toledano. I live in downtown Palo Alto, and I've been a renter here for 7 years. I'm speaking in favor of this renter protection. I agree wholeheartedly with the comments from the Palo Alto Rent Association representatives. I'm on the steering committee, and I live in a building with fewer than 10 units. So I also support the similar calls of my neighbors to consider reducing the number of required units in the building to be covered by this very, very necessary law and ordinance, pardon me. I also want to thank you for taking the time to listen to the reports, and Ms. Bigelow, congratulations on all the work that you've done for Palo Alto. You've really, really appreciate it as a resident and a taxpayer. Thank you.
Thank you. And our final speaker is Jennifer Michael.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you so much for taking my comments. Good evening, Mayor Burt, Vice Mayor Koo, and council members. Thank you for your service and granting me an opportunity to speak my opinion. My name is Jennifer Michelle. Born at Stanford and raised in Barron Park. After my mother died, I ended up homeless as an assistant 6th grade teacher for 2 winters in Palo Alto. Currently, we live in Menlo Park at Coleman Place, renters community. We're just down the street from East Palo Alto. I support Christian Bouvier's comments 1000% and agree to adopting the emergency ordinance and agree that it should be extended to single family dwellings, as I too have been a renter in Palo Alto in several single family homes. I have also worked in Palo Alto for over 10 years. Over the past 30 years, as a parent of a disabled child, it's not possible for us to come back into our neighborhoods. It's very disappointing and devastating. You're totally missing out on our rockin' family. This is a sound ordinance. Please support it. On a quick note to the previous comments, hey, Tom, it's me, Restorative Eco. I'm sorry if I offended you and hope to make amends. Public engagement is time consuming and messy. It's an active dialogue and does require your attention. We are given an opportunity to speak our minds, which is a privilege not to be taken for granted. Please. Professionally and personally, I have also been impacted by local crime increase, but due to the time that I lived on the streets, I know firsthand that the historically exclusionary practices of this city lead to an increase of crime, right? I know that you could leave cookies or cash for your neighbors who are not able to enjoy the vast riches we experience. You know, lend a hand. It really makes a difference. We're all human beings, right? And finally, I also agree that the police officers should take out insurance policy because, to note, you failed to address my chronic childhood sexual assault going on through the 80s and early 90s, which the impact has been devastating for myself and my family. Thank you so much for your time. I'm very grateful.
Thank you. And that concludes our public comment period. So we will return to the City Council for discussion, questions, and a motion. Who would like to go first? Councilmember Koo, or Vice Mayor Koo, rather.
Thank you so much. So first I want to say thank you to Ms. Bigelow for all the work that you have done in the 2 years and bringing forth this ordinance, along with the other recommendations and studies that you've done. And also thanks to Ms. Tanner and staff for all the work that they have done. I wanted to ask, at fault item F and I under identified in AB 1482, it mentions criminal activity under the penal code. I wanted to find out, how does it apply to federal law? Because there are some things that's allowed in the state, but not, but is against the law for federal. For example, marijuana smoking or drugs, right? While state allows for marijuana's use here, it's not allowed in the under federal. So the concern there is what happens if there is a violation and federal comes in, and the tenant could be arrested, but then the property could be seized, and then the landlord would have to go through a series of lawyers and going to court in order to return it. So I just kind of wonder, how does that apply?
Thank you, Vice Mayor Koo. I have to admit that's not a question that we are prepared to answer this evening. I don't know that we have in the Planning and Development Services the knowledge of the legal system to answer that question. I don't know if Ms. Kemp will either, kind of the interplay between the different levels of government establishing the commission that a crime was committed at a location.
Right. So it is an interesting question. I suspect that mere use of marijuana, which is lawful under California law, would not be a cause that would allow a landlord to evict a tenant and then avoid paying relocation. The seizure idea that you refer to is really a feature of federal criminal law involving assets that are used to commit a crime. I am not aware of a situation in which a rental property that's owned by another party that's not involved in the alleged criminal activity would be seized. I suppose that is possible. But it's a sort of hypothetical that I don't think we could sort our way through that tonight in terms of the relocation requirements.
Okay, I think that mainly just to be aware and to have that thought so that moving forward we can have some assurances for the landlord or the owner of the property that that is something that we're looking into, and keeping his risk or liability of losing the property due to somebody else's action. So just that. But then I also wanted to find out, at the PTC, there was quite a bit of discussion about evictions for which there's no specified cause. And I was wondering if there's anybody, I see Ms. Suma, Commissioner Suma is here. Maybe if there's something that she would like to add to that, if the mayor would allow.
Yeah, if there was a PTC discussion or action that she'd like to comment on, you're welcome to. I don't know if, there we are. Welcome, Ms.
Hello. Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Vice Mayor and staff, and our partner, Ms. Bigelow. I think the discussion, and since we don't have minutes yet for that meeting, I had to rely on my memory and also watching the video, which is always a bit trickier. Because if you really want to know what someone said, you have to stop and go back and forth. But we had a pretty robust discussion because I think the PTC members needed clarification. So I think that is on many issues. So I think that's mainly, unless Assistant Director Tanner remembers something more specific.
Thank you, Vice Chair Suma. I think that it was a wide-ranging discussion. I think the way the ordinance is currently set up is that, no specified cause is would be considered a no-fault eviction. I would note that the other reasons, which are 1 through 6 in the ordinance for an at-fault eviction, do cover pretty broad things, and perhaps even, Vice Mayor, to your point around the law, number 2, under B2, the tenant has violated a lawful obligation or covenant of the tenancy. So in the specific instance, if it was cannabis use, that could be something that's prohibited at the property. In addition, if they broke any, laws locally or state or federal, that could be the breaking of a law, and it could be grounds for an at-fault eviction. So I think that might cover it if that's what that particular property owner maybe has outlined for that property's use.
Very good. And thanks, Commissioner Suma. Since we're starting, I would like to also, when the time comes, to and like a discussion with my colleagues about actually visiting 5 units instead of the 10. And one of the reasons I look at 5 is, number one, at this time, according to a staff report, there are eviction proceedings underway for some residential properties located at Lane Court, right? And 3 of these properties have 6 or 7 units. So there it is quite a substantial number. And while tonight's ordinance might not help the tenants at these 3 properties with 6 or 7 units, we can do something for the tenants in the future after we enact this ordinance. So I would hope that council members would consider from 5 units and above. The other reason is also in the lending world, a lot of 1 to 4 units is considered as residential. So they are qualified. The purchasers are qualified under a different set of guidelines or best practices, whereas anything above 5 units are considered commercial properties. So they are qualified under different guidelines there. So that is one of the things I'd like to see the discussion. I would ask for the discussion to also include lowering to 5 units under the renter relocation assistance program. Thank you.
Councilmember Cormack.
Thank you, Mayor Burt, and the city clerk might want to start up the timer. Thank you to the city attorney for clarifying that staff recommends 1 and 2. I was perplexed by that, and that does make sense. I guess I would dispute staff's assertion that this is simple. I would call it straightforward, but I don't consider this type of ordinance simple. I think there's a fair amount here to work with for us and for any landlords or tenants who are subject to it. With that said, I found the initial staff report straightforward, and I find myself relatively confused by the staff memo. So it would be very helpful to understand what is it that is not in the ordinance as written in the original staff report. What is the problem the PTC is hoping that we might solve with the information in here. And also it says there's something about an attachment B, and I don't see that listed. I think there was some description of where that is, and it's a little hard to understand exactly what they're recommending and why. So can staff take another stab at this, please?
Certainly. Thank you, Councilmember Cormack. So first off, it's the 3rd page of the supplemental memo. It should be attachment B. I think part of our document preparation system didn't label that. And so that it begins with the Assembly bill and then lists the text of AB 1482. That is just the at fault and no fault eviction language from that state law. and Vice Chair Suma may want to chime in if she feels I don't capture the PTC's comments correctly, but there was some concern at the PTC regarding, possible conflicts between the definition of at fault and no fault at the state level and the local ordinance. I think, to be clear, there's no conflict in terms of, somebody, a landlord may have an eviction that is considered at fault at the state level, but under our ordinance might be considered no fault, or vice versa. And so really it's kind of a two-part application. Does 1482 apply? And then does our local tenant relocation assistance apply? And they could be different in different scenarios. Given council's previous direction around how to expand some parts of the just cause protections in our city, you all may not be interested in that recommendation from PTC, but they thought maybe there could be some benefit of aligning the definitions at the state level and at the local level.
So now would be super helpful to have an example. What's an example of something that is not covered under the proposed ordinance, but would be covered under AB 1482 definitions?
Let's see. I would honestly have to be reaching for something. It could be just that, let's see, at fault under the state.
Can I help, Assistant Director Tanner?
Yes, that would be great.
So the words of the state and the local ordinance are not identical, but the intent and the topics covered are very, very similar. I think it would be actually difficult to think of a situation that was considered no fault under the state law or and at fault under the local ordinance, or vice versa. I think our local ordinance was drafted before the state law. And so the words chosen are slightly different. Instead of wholesale changing the language of our ordinance, we simply proceeded under the direction of lowering the amount from 50 to 10. And if my reading now, I wasn't at the PTC meeting, so again, I'm Assistant Director Tanner or Vice Chair Suma, please correct me if I'm wrong, but it sounded like the PTC might have been concerned about a situation in which a tenant, essentially at the end of a one-year lease, decided that they were ready to move, and then somehow tried to also collect relocation assistance, claim was a no fault eviction. And it's very difficult to see that any court would agree with that position and say that relocation assistance would be owed by the owner in a situation in which the tenant was offered a new lease and elected to leave instead.
Okay, Ms. Stump, that's super helpful. What I think I'm hearing from you is it doesn't, let me just test my understanding. It doesn't appear to be necessary to change the language in this ordinance to align with the state because you feel that it is essentially aligned, although it is used differently.
That's correct.
Okay.
If council felt very strongly about it, you could direct that the language be swapped out, but we think it's more straightforward to simply change the number, and we can look at a cleanup on that at a later time. And I don't think it makes a difference.
Thanks so much.
It's not supper time.
I don't think I asked for bells. I think I just asked for the timer.
Councilmember Du Bois.
Yeah, I took that more as the meditative bell. So I think Councilmember Cormack was just hitting on kind of my main questions, trying to understand. So I think I got the answers. So we don't think there's really any conflict between 14E2 and our ordinance, and
that's correct.
They would both apply if there is a little misalignment.
Yes.
Okay. And then I know it wasn't a change, but I just wanted to understand. So, 1482 talks about minor remodeling versus substantial remodeling. And, it seems like kind of a gray area where pressure tactics can be used to scare people into leaving. Our ordinance says work that will render a unit uninhabitable. And then C after that says, other than a temporary displacement of 31 days or fewer. So, what makes something uninhabitable? you know, if it's cold out and they're take out the water heater for a couple of days to replace it, is there any threshold of that, or, you know, how would that work?
Yeah, I actually don't know the standards in landlord tenant law well enough to give you a good answer on that. I wonder if Ms. Bigelow or Ms. Tanner has an insight on that.
I don't, but I would note that our local ordinance has a similar provision. So
I'm talking about the local ordinance. That's what it says.
oh yeah, okay. So I think that if in partly, I think it would be measured by that someone is not able to live there and the landlord is asking them to leave. Certainly, there are repairs that occur, often emergency, a water heater goes out, something happened that's pretty dramatic that is providing heat, water, the basics that are required by the California Building Code to have a habitable unit. But certainly the short-term repair of those, I don't think is what we're talking about.
Right.
It usually tends to be a larger scale renovation, and I think that would be related to the major systems that are required, or a level of safety. Obviously, if you needed to wear a hard hat to be in the home, things like that in terms of what's happening. So it'd be more related to kind of those elements in the building code.
So again, just to push on us a little bit, kind of, you know, if the relationship is going fine, I think what our ordinance says is anything under 31 days is, you know, you could temporarily move out, but that's not really being uninhabitable the way I read it. But, you know, what happens in kind of the flip situation where maybe it's something minor like painting, but they take more than 31 days, you know, where, again, is that a gray area, or can the tenant, I mean, I guess at that point they have to decide if it's worth the fight or not.
Right. So I think Councilmember Du Bois, your question and some of the earlier questions, I think from Vice Mayor Koo and perhaps from Councilmember Cormack, also touched on the fact that really the council and the public also need to understand that this ordinance sets up a regulatory requirement for everyone's behavior, but it does not make the city an administrative investigator and enforcement agency of this set of rules. So it's really about the tenant informing themselves about their rights and communicating with the landlord, getting assistance where they feel they may need it. And the city does maintain, a list. It's typically provided through Minker Vanderswag at the Community Services Department of available resources to help tenants who are in distress or who have questions. And that's the way that these issues would get fleshed out and defined. And then ultimately, potentially through the courts, if it were to go that far.
Yeah. Okay, that's helpful. I mean, I do think we want to be as clear as we can, but people will push the gray areas where they exist. So, okay, thank you.
Well, I would like to just follow up to that on that question on how this will practically be enforced. So recognizing what the city attorney just clarified, we have a limited set of resources from the nonprofits who act pro bono on behalf of tenants. I know that when we've in the past have had incidents, the resources were simply spread too thin to protect all tenants in particular circumstances. So then, do we have a case of potentially financially strong landlords requiring each tenant to individually go through the courts to protect their rights? Is that the way this is set up?
So council members, we had this discussion when the planning department and Ms. Bigelow brought the larger package of potential renter protections, and the inequities and the imbalance in resources and power and knowledge that Mayor Burt has just identified is a real issue in this area. Cities can enter into this space with investigative and enforcement resources. And you had some of that discussion when the prior omnibus item came. You can have that discussion again. It involves standing up a department with multiple staff people. And larger cities and counties do have these types of agencies. It involves hiring investigators, attorneys to represent tenants often, and administrative law judges. So it is a resource, it's a resource question, and the resources can be somewhat intensive.
So that's one approach. Two others that I wanted to probe on. One is whether we could engage with the county, and for the county to prospectively provide resources. And that would have to be their decision ultimately. But if the council tonight wish to try to pursue that, to try to give additional support for tenants, that may be something we want to consider. And the second is there any way to build into our ordinance a way in which the tenants can do group their cases together if they're being subjected to essentially the same action by the same landlord?
So I'll help a little bit with the second one while Ms. Tanner's thinking about the first one and whether you have, I don't know if you have anything to say about any conversations with the county. But in terms of grouping together actions, the landlord tenant disputes that go to the courts are individual contractual matters between tenants and their landlords. And at the city level, we can't change the rules of civil procedure that govern what happens in court. I suppose it is possible for there to be some kind of class action if the prerequisites for that were satisfied. I do not know if that ever happens in the landlord-tenant arena. I do know that in large jurisdictions that have attorney general authority, some counties in the city of San Francisco, city and county of San Francisco have that. Los Angeles has it. Sometimes the city attorneys of those very large jurisdictions will take affirmative litigation action against essentially recidivist large scofflaw landlords in the public interest. We do not have that authority here in the city of Palo Alto.
And regarding the other question, we can certainly liaise with our counterparts at the county. They offer a pretty similar mediation ombudsperson office, which is similar to the mediation that we offer and mandate through the city of Palo Alto, but certainly could check out what the county has and see if any of those resources are available to Palo Alto residents.
Yeah, my concern is that we've been hearing reports that in particular, in the case of the Lane Court, we have a landlord who seems to be flaunting the current regulation regarding what constitutes a major remodel. And so I'm concerned that a stronger regulation that they would again flaunt doesn't get us as much as we hoped for in terms of protecting the tenants. So I would be interested in us pursuing whatever we can with the county to see if we can strengthen enforcement and collaborate with them. Okay, Councilmember Du Bois, I see.
Yeah, I'm sorry, my internet disconnected, but I thought that was part of our other longer motion of more long-term. Maybe that was already said, but I thought we already covered that potentially.
We did talk about, the council did direct us to, work on supporting tenant right to counsel efforts that are going on at the county level that would be kind of countywide. That's not in place, but is being pursued, and we could, add our voice to the chorus there. And what is currently in place is the mediation services that the county does offer, but no right to counsel at this time just yet.
Okay. Thanks. Vice Mayor Koo.
So I was just going to say the same thing as Ms. Tanner. If I remember correctly, at the last meeting with the big packet that came back, there was one table where it showed that there was the to reach out to county to see if they would provide counsels to tenants who are evicted, going through evictions or about to evicted, what kind of counsel they can get. So that was what I remembered. But I don't know if there's if the mayor will entertain a motion.
All right, go right ahead.
If that, I'd like to move the staff recommendation for 1 and 2 and change the 10 units to 5 units for both 1 and 2, and to add item number 3, that add AB 1482 definitions of at-fault and no-fault evictions to the ordinance.
And do we have a second? I don't see one at this time.
Okay.
And Councilmember Du Bois.
Given that, I'll just move the staff motion as is.
I'll second.
Okay. Would you like to speak to your motion?
Yeah, I appreciate Vice Mayor Ku's, thinking about 5 units. I think 10 is what was noticed. I think it's a reasonable level. And your point about residential versus commercial properties, I think, was an interesting one. And then also just looking at these definitions and respecting our city attorney, respect her opinion. So I think I'm comfortable with the language that we currently have. So.
Okay. Councilmember Cormack.
Thank you, Mayor Byrd, and thank you, Councilmember Du Bois, for the motion. I also appreciate the Vice Mayor's suggestion. And as I recall the discussion, multiple of us, myself included, look forward to having more data from the rental registry that might help us arrive at a different threshold for any of this work that we're doing. I second his comments about the information that the city attorney provided earlier. I was reflecting on it because I know there were some requests, but in the supplemental report, the PTC believed the ordinance was balanced, considering both landlord and tenant concerns and choosing this number of units. Thank you.
And Councilmember Ku, or Vice Mayor Ku, excuse me.
Thank you. So I appreciate this ordinance and I will support this motion. It is just something, what happened at the President Hotel, even though it was a larger number of units, I do not want to see less stability for a lot of our tenants in the city. And just because they live in a lower number of unit properties, that they shouldn't have that stability. Now, with that said, the properties at Lane Court, this is owners that are holding 3 different parcels, and they're using that in order to be able to evict, even though if you count these number of units, it does amount to more than the 5 or 10, because each of those parcels are actually 6 or 7 units. So, there's all these different ways to play with their numbers. But 10 is better than none, or 10 is better than 50. So I will support, and maybe in the future, as we see more tenants being impacted in the below 10 units, we can revisit this. But like I said, I don't want to see the instability, especially with families and young children or seniors who are also affected by all of this. Thank you.
So I have a follow-up thought and question. that the reason that we've been struggling with the threshold of 10 units or 5 is that we don't want to impact what we have described as mom and pop landlords. And so we're attempting to draw a line that would try to make that distinction. But as we're aware, at Lane Court and elsewhere, we have a large corporate entity that owns many units, but some of them are in individual properties. Would it be permissible legally and feasible to put a requirement that says that the relocation assistance would apply to 5-unit properties in circumstances where the property owner, or whether it be individuals or entities, owned in our city commercial residential properties in the aggregate exceeding 10 or 20 or wherever we want to put that threshold?
I will ask Ms. Stump to join in. I'm not sure about how that works legally. I think just to make sure I understand correctly, Mayor Burt, it would be that if there is a single owner that owns more than 10 units or more, then this would apply to that company that owns those properties.
On any property that
any property that it owns, even if that property has less than 10.
Second.
I think you said
on
that'd
any
be like-
property that is 5 units or more. So if they in the aggregate own more than 10 or 20, whatever we set the limit at, it would apply to individual properties where they own 5 or more. So Ms. Stump, any comments there?
Yeah, and I'm not sure, maybe Ms. Stump has an opinion about how we'd phrase that, but I think it's just a kind of a different way of a different framework. This law currently is structured around the number of units per property. And so this would be kind of saying it's both the per property unit number and an owner's test. I think one challenge, companies organize themselves however they want to be organized. But sometimes owners of rental property will have a company, an LLC for each property.
Yes, I understand that. And
that could be a challenge.
It would not necessarily capture every attempt to evade this ordinance, but it would very potentially. So if you have a corporation that acquires properties through the corporation or an individual, and doesn't set them up as individual LLCs, then it would apply in theory. So Ms. Stump, any thoughts?
Sort of. So we wouldn't ever want to regulate based on the identity or characteristics of the owner, but you have an interesting idea there about aggregate number of units in the jurisdiction, and I just don't know the answer to that. So what I would suggest, if council is interested in that, I do think we should look at that more closely, both from a legal authority standpoint and then also from an administrability one, as Ms. Tanner identified, and give us a chance to take a look at that and come back on another round.
And could that other round be on the second reading of the permanent ordinance, and will we have the latitude to make that adjustment?
No, our municipal code allows changes between the first and second reading only when there's I forget the exact language, but essentially no substantive change, no change to the topic or the coverage of the ordinance. And this would be somewhat significant because it would lower, it would regulate a whole nother set of properties that aren't at issue in the ordinance on the table there.
So if staff is saying that that they don't need this to be included in the motion for them to evaluate that in the context of our follow-up on other renter protection items, I won't seek to include it in the motion.
Thank you. I think that's best. And Ms. Tanner, maybe you can just add that to the list of things that we're going to look at for the next time we come back with council.
That would be certainly fine.
Okay. All right. Councilmember Tanaka.
Well, thank you guys for your work on this. My major concern here is by many accounts, we're having an affordable housing supply issue. It's been reported upon, we've been talking about it. I think everyone here has campaigned on wanting affordable housing. And my fear here is what this is essentially doing is actually going to raise the cost of housing, because where does the money come from for the rental production? Fundamentally, like the landlord has a mortgage to pay, they have expenses, maintenance expenses for the property. A lot of, especially when you're going to 5 or 10 units, a lot of these landlords use this as a way to survive. I mean, I know the old lady across the street from me, she uses this to survive. This is her only source of income. And so I think what's going to happen is that this is going to essentially increase the rent on people. They're going to increase the rent. They're going to pass it along because they have no choice. And if they can't, then they're probably going to like get maybe perhaps even lose money on their property, which is, I think, is going to be a really tough situation. So I think fundamentally this is a concern to me, because I think this is not helping in terms of trying to increase the supply of affordable housing in our city. And by doing this, by actually making it hard to have housing in our city, what this is doing is this is making it difficult for new people, new families to come to our city. And it's changing our city. Our city, if you look at the demographics, is getting older and older. And the reason why is because it's harder and harder for newer people to get to our city, because there's a lack of housing. And this will prevent the building of affordable housing. And it makes the existing housing even more expensive. And so I think all of us have campaigned on affordable housing, and it remains a big issue for a lot of people. But this does just the opposite. And so I'm very concerned about it. The other issue is I didn't see that much outreach done to landlords, especially landlords of this size. I don't know if, Lauren, you could talk a little bit more about what has been done so far in terms of reaching out to property owners of units around these sizes.
Ms. Bigelow can certainly speak to her efforts. I think our understanding from council direction was that we were to come back expeditiously with this particular item, and that additional outreach would be carried out for the other items. There were several that referred to PNS and specifically indicated more outreach. So we did not conduct further outreach specifically on this, but we did make sure that everyone who gave an email or we had their contact information, who emailed the council, was aware that this was coming to PTC and aware that it was coming to council.
Because I think there's a large number of people who have units around the size, right? A lot more than the larger sizes, a lot more than 50 units. And I think if people really knew this was coming down and this was going to go into effect, we would have a lot more people calling in tonight about this. So I'm concerned that there wasn't really good public outreach done on this. This is a pretty major change. 50 units, you're talking about like more industrial type of rental operations. But when you're talking about 10 units, it's getting to be much smaller. This is what people will put their life savings in to have as a source of income during their retirement. So I think this is something where we should actually do that outreach. We should actually hear from the landlords, because we're talking about the smaller landlords, like big property companies managing these dinky little 10-unit properties. This is not as interesting to them as managing much larger complexes. So I think we are starting to hit individual landlords, people who are members of our community, right? This isn't some anonymous corporation. These are people who need this income to survive. We know it's expensive here. We know that there's been a lot of landlords who haven't been getting paid rent because of COVID. There's been, we all know, like if you guys ever tried doing any maintenance on your house, the cost of maintenance has skyrocketed, right? The cost of maintaining these buildings is much, much higher than it's ever been before. So as far as I understand this, if there's enough votes for it, which looks like there is, this would go in effect when exactly? It will happen to go in effect before the outreach is done or after?
So if the urgency ordinance is passed, that would go into effect immediately. And then the regular ordinance would go into effect 30 days after the second reading.
So what recourse because I think by the lack of people calling in, I think the majority of people don't know that this is going to happen. The people that have units around this size, and it's probably members in our community, don't know that this is happening. What recourse do they have? Because it's going to be law tonight.
Well, certainly if you mean recourse to change the law, or they could certainly lobby their council members to have the law reversed, and the council could agendize that or not pass the second reading. If the urgency ordinance doesn't pass tonight, not pass the ordinance on the second reading.
Well, my other concern is I'm trying to understand the evidence that demonstrate the need for this. We had one, of course, which was the President's Hotel, but we haven't had another President's Hotel since then. So what's the need to go down 10 units? I think there's not a lot of data for this. So I think we are rushing into it. I think it's premature. I think we should actually hear both sides, not just from one side. And that way we can make a better decision than just rushing it to tonight.
Councilmember Philseth.
Yeah, I just want to thank staff and Ms. Bigelow for their work on this. This is what we asked for back in November. Thank you for bringing it forward.
And I would just like to take the opportunity to respond to the concerns raised by Councilmember Tanaka. The minimum is 10 units here. One bedroom apartments in Palo Alto are generally going for over $3,000. So on the very low end of this applicability, it would be a project that would generate $360,000 a year in gross. That's hardly survival income. And it only applies to landlords who are evicting tenants for major remodels, which are upgrades, and tenants who are good tenants and not otherwise in any violation that would warrant legal eviction. And so this is there's no expense to the landlord unless they wish to evict the tenants and upgrade the property, and in doing so, make the property less affordable. And then I would also say that the commenters that we had tonight, we had the Landlord Association, Apartment Association representative here. We've had, has gone through multiple public hearings on the ideas that are incorporated here, and widely publicized. And we had both letters and public comments from both tenants and property owners. So Councilmember Tanaka.
And let me just respond to that. So I think you assume the landlord has no expenses, but there's mortgages that people have. People. I mean, there's some
I don't
people
assume
that
any
just have
such
massive
thing,
cashes,
but
but most
go
people
right
do
ahead.
not have like just total cash for a property. Some people do, but that's not necessarily that common. A lot of people have mortgages on the property, and so they have expenses. There's maintenance that has to be done. There's upgrades that have to be done. There's a cost of renting a property. It's not zero cost. So yeah, you look at the gross numbers, but you gotta look at the net, right? And then the net, I think in fact, over 4 units, you actually have to have a property manager. So I think you have to, and this is probably why it's worth it for us to actually talk to more landlords with units around the site to really get a feel about what they think and how their operation runs. Because I don't think it's quite as rosy as you paint it. But anyways, I think I'm outvoted here, so we could certainly take the vote.
Councilmember Coop, or Vice Mayor Coop, sorry.
I just wanted to ask if Ms. Tanner or Ms. Bigelow can speak about the waiver that is provided in this ordinance. If, mhm.
Go ahead, Vice Mayor, did you?
Right. I just wanted to kind of bring that to attention that there is a way for landlords to request a waiver should they have a hardship. But if you can elaborate a little bit more on it, that would be great.
Certainly, you can elaborate a little bit. I think it is a fairly limited waiver, and I'm just going to pull up the language of the ordinance just to make sure that and again, this is the existing ordinance as had already been adopted. What the waiver allows is in certain circumstances for a property owner to assert that there has been a taking of their property, and Ms. Stunt may speak more to how that might be brought forward, but my understanding is that would likely be a court proceeding where the landlord is providing evidence indicating that the amount of relocation assistance reaches the level that it's an unconstitutional taking of their property. And I'm sure there's some various rules of thumb that the courts have meted out by which they observe if that has or hasn't occurred. Ms. Stump, did you want to add anything?
Right. So by providing an avenue for a waiver, what the city does is make sure that if a landlord intends to make that kind of an argument in an extraordinary case as applied to their property, that they make it first to the city, and the city has an opportunity at the administrative level, at the council level, to consider and to make an adjustment on a one-off basis to alleviate, in theory, an unconstitutionality. So we're masters of our own fate in that regard. And then if there's still a dispute, they can go off to court. So that's really to protect the city and to make sure that any such arguments are made first here.
But the unconstitutional taking would be of their entire property, right? Not just that one particular eviction or something like that.
Takings law, it certainly includes the example that you've given. It also can include a regulation that in the words of the court goes too far and imposes too high a cost. It's what's called a regulatory taking. And so it can be made in that other context as well.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, on that note, I think we're ready to vote. So can the clerk please call the roll?
Yes, sir. Mayor Burt?
Yes.
Councilmember Cormack?
Yes.
Councilmember Du Bois?
Yes.
Councilmember Philseth?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Ku?
Yes.
Councilmember Stone? Oh, he's recused. Councilmember Stone is recused for the record, and Councilmember Tanaka.
No.
Motion carries 5-1.
Great. Thank you. And thank you to the members of the public who came tonight. And that concludes item number 3. Our next item is a colleague's memo, which would support considering the sale of up to 1 million gallons per day of what's called the Individual Supply Guarantee, or the ISD. And since this is a colleague's memo, Councilmember Cormack, would you like to introduce the item?
I will. Thank you so much, Mayor Burt. As my colleagues know, I'm the representative for the City of Palo Alto, the director at the Bay Area Water Supply and Conservation Agency. And I've been there for just about 3 years now. And BOSCA publishes a table every year of all 26 member agencies about how much water they purchase each year, and then what this ISG is, this Individual Supply Guarantee. And I'll come back to that in just a moment. And every year I'm like, there's such a big delta between this. And I kept asking our staff, like, what is this? Should we be doing something? And the answer was we should be waiting for the Urban Water Demand Management Study. And now we have that. So now we can see what we have and what we might need. So if the clerk would please put up the slide that staff created, that would be super helpful. And let me start by just walking through some of the terminology, okay? So the gray line up at the top is the ISG, the individual supply guarantee. This is actually an agreement that the 26 member agencies of VOSCA have amongst themselves. This is not a contract we have with the San Francisco Public Utilities Commission directly. This is an agreement amongst the 26 of us. And these were established many years ago. And you can imagine at the time, Palo Alto was one of the organizations that actually led the establishment of this organization because of some concerns about the finances and how we were all being charged. That's ancient history, but I share it just so you know that Palo Alto's had an important role in VOSCA from the beginning. So we have this nice high ISG that you can see there. It's well over 16 million gallons per day. And that means we can purchase up to that amount each year from the SFPUC if we wish. You'll see there's a little bit of a jog down in, I'm going to say 2018. And that was when Palo Alto redistributed some of our unneeded, clearly unneeded ISG to East Palo Alto. Mountain View also did the same. They have a different arrangement with the ISG. They have a minimum purchase agreement, and I'm very sorry for all the terminology here. I'll try to make it as straightforward as possible. And so they actually did a sale of theirs to East Palo Alto. Okay, so now over on the left, you can see million gallons per day. That's how much water we purchase each day from 2000 all the way now through 2021. And you can see that over time, we've decreased our water usage. That's down to a couple things. There's less manufacturing and commercial activity. Some of the things in Palo Alto that used to require water aren't manufactured here anymore. There's been more what we call passive conservation. These are low flow toilets, more efficient shower heads, things where we don't feel like we're saving water. And then there's been more active conservation, and that's when we switch out our landscapes or we turn off the water during the drought. You can see that dip about 5 years ago. So, but over time, you can see that our usage has trended down. Now let's look at the 5 lighter blue areas. Those are the projections from the urban water. I don't have this quite right. Urban water demand management projection study. It's some of those words. Should have written them down. So you can see that even with what we are expected to do with ABAG, the people we're expected to house and the structures we're supposed to build for that, we will still be far below what our individual supply guarantee has. So I just want to be sure that people understand this is the magnitude of the delta. Every time I look at that table that VOSCA prepares, the biggest delta in millions gallons per day is Palo Alto between what we are capable of purchasing and what we use. Thanks so much. So you can go ahead and take that down. So the reason I wanted to share that data is to reassure my colleagues that we have enough water and we will have enough water, even if we choose to sell up to 1 million gallons per day of this individual supply guarantee that is shared amongst the agencies. So with that, I guess the one last thing to touch on would be, well, what would we do, right, if we went ahead and sold some of this to one of the other 25 agencies in VOSCA? And there is interest from multiple parties. And I think the time that, some of us have spent on the Joint Recycled Water Committee, anytime you spent with Valley Water, looking at what's going on with the drought, there are really expensive things we're going to have to do at the Regional Water Quality Control Plant to make ourselves more self-sufficient. As we think about, the state's requirements of the Bay Delta Project, as we think about the potential impacts of climate change, I think this is an opportunity for us to consider a policy that would let us make an investment in those needed things. And with that, I'll turn it over to the mayor for any additional comments.
Yeah, thank you. So just a couple additional comments, because there are concerns that people raise that I think are legitimate concerns and we need to address. One is, well, we've gone through droughts periodically, and we as well as other communities receive mandates either in a moderate drought ones that are requests from the state and directives to reduce water use, but without penalties, and in very severe ones with penalties. But those have been for the statewide mandates, and they apply whether or not our particular water supply system of the Hetch Hetchy system has ample water or not. And it used to be more than 20 years ago that Hetch Hetchy in a significant drought also was depleted and had to conserve its water supplies. But what came about in the recognition, as I recall, from really in part the Bosca member agencies, was that San Francisco produces cheap hydro from their Hetch Hetchy system as well as water. And they were continuing to pump water for production of cheap hydro during the drought period. And that was renegotiated and changed, and they no longer do that. And as a result, our Hetch Hetchy system has the strongest drought resiliency of any water system that I am aware of in the state. And so we don't stand real jeopardy in as Hetch Hetchy members of having the local water system mandate restrictions. And no matter what we do on having an ISG that exceeds our demand currently by 40 to 50%, or one that exceeds it by 35 to 45%, it doesn't change what the state may say on all water users in the state in a drought. So I just wanted to add that context. And the second thing is that we do have our policies that we've adopted as a city in terms of what we recognize is the need for not only our city, but the region to move toward a more sustainable jobs and housing development ratio. And it's a valid concern that I share that we as a council, if we refer this to our Policy and Services Committee or to staff or a combination of that, that one of our considerations is how the water would be used. And cities have their development plans that would be the basis for why they're seeking an additional water supply in most circumstances. And that, in my mind, would be an important and very legitimate consideration that, that the development be not predominantly for office development, and not exacerbate the jobs housing imbalance. But that's something that I would welcome referring to the Policy and Services Committee as one aspect of this to set guidelines on how we would screen prospective acquirers of some fraction of our ISG, and what the basis would be for us making those decisions. So those are my additional comments. And at this time, we can have any questions from the council and then turn to the public and then have our discussion. So does anyone, Councilmember Philseth?
Yeah, I got just a question. So, you know, our arena target calls for an increase in housing in the next 8 years of between 20 and 25%. So how is it possible we're going to grow our population 20 to 25% and not use any more water?
We are going to use more water if staff.
No, that's not what the projection says.
Yes, it does. If the clerk would put that back up, that would be great. You'll see.
A little tiny bit of water.
Yeah, but I have to do it from your perspective. Let me see if I can do it this way. But if you extend the trend line for the reduction and conservation that is continuing to happen, right? If you extend that down, I wish, we're not here. I can't gesture with a pointer, but like, if you extend the trend line down, you can see it's flattened a little bit lately. Part of that's the pandemic. We have more people at home, right? And they're using a greater percentage of water than the, and I'm gonna let staff weigh in on this in a moment, so perhaps.
So
Ms. Bailey
there's
can
an assumption there that the per capita use of water
It's going to continue to go
fall
down.
at the same rate as it
Yes.
has before.
I'm not
Okay.
sure if it's the exact same rate, but it is going down. And then the delta that you see this yes, it's a very slight increase, but embedded in that is that those of us, who are already here are going to continue to use less water. And then the additional people is the delta. But,
Well,
let's
so
go
I
ahead
should-
and let's
I-
staff see if I missed anything.
I shouldn't make a wisecrack here about eventually we're in negative water, right?
No. But can I add to that though? So if you look at this graph, the last significant housing growth period we had was in the period of around 2005 to 2008, where all that South Palo Alto housing development occurred, and the Ricky's Hyatt and all of that. And you'll see that following that, we had a fairly significant reduction in our water use. And if we look even at our commercial landscaping, we're in the process because of a change that we did to our architectural review ordinance in 2016, where we mandated that by default, any major remodels or new development would have indigenous landscaping as the preferred alternative. And we're starting to see that. If you go in massive landscape areas like the research park, all their new landscaping is low water use indigenous landscaping. And it not only has the benefit of reestablishing a natural habitat in the urban environment, but it's significant decline in the water use. And we're doing the same thing in our households gradually over time. You can come by my place, and I don't have a front lawn. I have a bunch of native plants, and many of us do. And so that's why we're having those trends, in addition to the in-house water efficiency measures. And frankly, the water efficiencies, we're also motivated by costs, because the rebuild of the Hetch Hetchy system drastically increased our water costs per gallon, whether it's for landscaping or for in our homes or businesses. And it incentivized us to not waste water. And that trend is continuing. And that's why we continue to see less and less water use per worker and per capita.
Before we go to Vice Mayor Koo, I wonder if Ms. Daly has anything she'd like to add.
I think that you both covered all of the relevant points. Yes, per capita water use is going down. Overall water use is going up because of the added population in the housing. And in a community like Palo Alto, in addition to what Mayor Burt was saying about just more efficient use of water, there's less landscaping per resident as we add more people. So, about half of the residential water use right now is for landscaping, and that becomes a smaller percentage of overall water demand in the more densely populated future. So I think you both covered that accurately.
Councilmember Koo? Vice Mayor Koo, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Getting late, sorry.
Yeah, don't worry. I just wanted to also add to it that, while we're talking about the next 8 years of RENA doesn't stop going up. The allocation for building continues to go up. So I have a concern, similar to what Councilmember Philseff said, we're going to have a shortage of water. And I know both of you, Mayor Burt and Councilmember Cormack, have gone through reassurances, including Ms. Daly, that, we have plenty. Yet I'm constantly concerned about, this move where the building don't stop, and RENA doesn't stop either. They just continue to increase. So I have huge concerns about this this kind of sell off or giveaway.
Clarification from staff then on that graph, what assumptions are made past the current RENA period?
I might ask Lisa Belier to chime in here too, but So the graph does not assume the full RENA, achieving the full RENA numbers. It is based on what the planning department through the comp plan, it's the comp plan population numbers. So it is, it's not RENA, it's the comp plan, but even
And what
with
about
the-
beyond this 8-year period of this RENA period?
The urban water management plan only goes through 2045, so we have not analyzed anything beyond
Oh,
that.
but the RENA period goes from 2022 to 2030. So what assumptions on growth are built into that graph from 2030 to 2045?
Right. Lisa, can you answer that? We extended linearly from what was in the comp plan is the answer.
Okay, so we assume the comp plan housing growth rate would continue at that growth rate all the way through 2045.
Correct. And I would say back of the envelope, even if the full RENA allocation were realized in Palo Alto, that there is still quite a bit of ISG left over.
Right. Sorry, Vice Mayor Koo, I don't know if that addressed your question.
Yeah, I think that, yes, there's assumptions that's taken, and I just still have concerns, but thank you very much, Ms. Daly, for attempting to answer the difficult question.
Councilmember Du Bois.
Public, right? We're just doing questions right now. One quick question. So I think we would anticipate this would be like a permanent transfer for a one-time price. Is that what we're envisioning?
Yes. I mean, no one's done this before, so I think that's maybe the staff would learn something when we're negotiating if they get that opportunity, but that's the initial concept.
Welcome back, Councilmember Stone. Your question.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's good to be back. And I'm sorry, my internet just cut out right there on Councilmember Du Bois's question and Councilmember Cormack's answer. And I think I had the same question. So could you just repeat the answer and the question real fast?
I asked if would we anticipate this would be a permanent transfer for a one-time fee, and the answer was yes.
Okay.
The answer was yes, but also it's never been done before, so it's possible that we'll learn something if we embark on this.
You mean it's never been done before, where it would be a reoccurring payment?
There's never been a market sale like this before. The only other transfer has been the fixing basically of the East Palo Alto situation a few years ago because they weren't incorporated at the time Bosco was.
Well, but and the Mountain View, and both of those were permanent transfers. So
I'm saying, but it was because of East Palo Alto. That's the only one that's happened so far.
Well, there's actually the Mountain View as well.
Yeah, yes, I mentioned that Mountain View transfer.
So what I'm saying is there actually have been two transfers, whether they were the same kind of monetary deal or not, they were both permanent. So I think that's those two prior circumstances are relevant, and that's the assumption.
Yes, but the difference is they weren't a market transaction. I know you and I have had this discussion. We just need to make sure that
I don't
everybody
quite
catches
follow
up.
why the market transaction would determine the permanence versus other types of transactions. The transactions have been permanent to date.
It's not about the permanence, it's about the price. There hasn't been a market yet.
Okay, but I thought the question was on the permanence.
I'm sure Councilmember Stone, if you have more questions, you can ask us.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a little more confused, I guess. Okay, so are there other examples of other agencies in California essentially doing this so we can see what models exist out there? I'm lost between what happened with Mountain View.
Yeah, so I'm gonna let Ms. Daly or one of our staff answer whether or not there are others. The answer, we have a very unique situation with Bosca, which is basically chartered by the legislature for us to have this opportunity to advocate with the SFPUC and to review their financials. So this discussion that the mayor and I have been having is about the only prior time that there have been any movements but among the ISG in these 26 groups. Was this time that both Mountain View and Palo Alto transferred ISG on a permanent basis to East Palo Alto. And now I'll let staff answer about any other utilities situations.
So I guess I'd like to offer a couple of pieces of information. The contract that we all have with San Francisco, we all meaning the 26 wholesale agencies, requires that any transfer of ISG be permanent. So that is not a choice for us to make or not. If we do a transfer, it is permanent. That's what the contract says. To the second question, ISG is a unique feature of the contract that the 26 agencies have with San Francisco. It's not a common tradable asset out in the water industry in the state of California. This is something that is unique to our contract with San Francisco. The transfers can only happen between the Bosca agencies. So it is not a liquid market, pardon the water pun. It's not, we don't have many players in California or across the country that can negotiate for this. This is a very small group of agencies that have the ability to permanently transfer this feature of the contract between ourselves.
Okay, thanks, Ms. Daly. That's helpful and concerning that it has to be permanent. Do you know, is there any, would it then be a condition that we would be able to put in with whatever contractual agreement that we reach, that it'd be able to be I mean, I can't imagine any agency accepting any type of agreement where they would have to be paying us in perpetuity some rate. So it's most likely going to be a one-time kind of lump sum that would be paid to the city, or maybe over the course of maybe a few years, but okay.
It's a fair assumption.
All right, thank you. Yeah, definitely have some similar concerns to then what some other council members have brought up. Is it possible that our ISG is going to be reduced in the future? Because it looked like, according to that chart, it has already been reduced one time. Is there any guarantee that it remains at the, what is it, the 16 something million gallons per day?
Yes, there's guarantee that it will remain at that level unless we transfer some. That little dip down was because of the 2017 transfer that we executed to East Palo Alto. So that's that little dip down. And I would just add again, I mean, the notion of paying for this over a period or paying constantly for it. Once the transfer occurs, that just allows the other party to buy more water from San Francisco. So that's where they're paying for that water over the life of the contract. What we are potentially transferring is just the right for them to buy more water from San Francisco. So it's not water itself. It's an interesting animal and kind of a weird asset to get your head around.
Yeah, no, that's for sure. I mean, I do think this is a unique idea, but I do think there's a lot of risks involved. But I think what interested me was the possibility of, I think the memo was talking about this a bit regarding using some of these funds for addressing climate change, addressing our SCAP goals. But is there any sense, and I know the memo, the memo wasn't clear, so I would imagine that we don't really know at this point, any sense of what we could expect to make from a transfer. I mean, if the transfer was around 1 MGD, what we might get from that? I know there's
we don't really know, but that would be part of the due diligence and research that staff would undertake and come back to council with some information.
And if I can just add on, I mean, we did put tens of millions of dollars in there, and we have reason to believe that, that's a ballpark. This is really pristine, super high quality water, as our utilities staff is quick to remind us. And having been in LA over the weekend, I am here to tell you.
Okay, Councilmember Tanaka.
Can someone remind me how much water did Mount View transfer to EPA? Does anyone remember?
1 MGD.
And how much did they sell it for?
They sold it for $5 million, but they were in kind of a unique position. As Councilmember Cormack mentioned, Mountain View has a different arrangement with the city, with San Francisco Public Utilities Commission, whereby they have a minimum take obligation. So they, during the drought, were and still are using less than their minimum take requirement and are paying for water to San Francisco that they can't use. And so that 5 million was kind of just to make up for some of the minimum requirement fees that they had been paying to San Francisco. Those two things are not directly related to each other, but that's kind of back of the envelope why they wanted to get a little bit of money for that transfer.
That deal included the actual water too.
No, it was the same. It was an ISG transfer as well.
Okay, so it's apples to apples, right? So so what we're trying to do is something similar to what Mountain View did, and so what's the basis of why you? I'm not going to hold you to it.
Councilmember Tanaka, I think Ms. Daly just clarified that it's not really apples to apples, but so I hope you won't mischaracterize that.
Yeah, Councilmember Taka, it's because we don't have a minimum purchase guarantee, right?
So Mountain View
So
had a financial incentive to unload excess ISG. We don't. That they were paying for something, they were having to pay whether they use the water or not. By selling it, they have to pay less annually. We don't pay for our surplus ISG, they do.
Yeah, I get that. What I'm trying to get to is establishing, because on page 1, it says it could be worth tens of millions of dollars, 1 MGD. That's what it says on line 3 or 2 or 3 from the bottom, right? And so that's what I was trying to understand is that because if Mountain View sold it for 5 million. So there's two ways of looking at it. You can look at it from the supply side, the cost side, or you can look at it from the demand side. So from the supply side, maybe it's different from us because Mountain View has to pay for their minimum, they have a minimum take and we don't. But from the demand side, they really don't care. Whoever's going to take this.
Yeah, but we're not attempting to identify the value at this time. We're not attempting in this colleague's memo to ask the council to make a decision on whether or not to do any sale at all.
Well,
It's
I think
I think
what's being asked is 120 hours of senior resource planner, right? That's what we're being asked for, right? And that's another question, if you'll let me go on without interrupting, which is how much does 120 hours of senior resource planner time cost? What I'm trying to assess here is like a potential return on investment, right? Are we thinking that this is going to be $100,000? Is it going to be $1 million? Is it going to be 10 million?
So at a rough level, I'll attempt to answer that then. At a rough level, we're looking at thousands of dollars in expense to potentially get tens of millions of dollars in income. Is that help you understand the potential ROI?
Well, the thing that I'm trying to get my head around is in 2018, we transferred 0.5, so half of what's being proposed here, 0.5 to East Palo Alto. And I was told by you and many others, by the city staff, that this had no value, had zero value. And so I'm just trying to understand how tonight on page 1, it says that 1 MGD, which is twice the amount we transferred to East Palo Alto, how that can now be worth tens of millions of dollars. And so I'm just trying to understand. I mean, I kind of believe that probably is, because Mountain sold theirs for 5 million. So I kind of think it is, but this doesn't jive with what I was told back in 2018, which was that $500,000, 500,000 gallons that we transferred to EPA was not worth anything. It had zero value. So how is it zero value?
It had zero value from us. Go ahead, Councilmember.
Yeah,
Cormack.
may I? I followed that pretty carefully, and I know that you were opposed to it at the time, Councilmember Tanaka, because you felt we should charge for it. I did not feel that we should charge East Palo Alto for it because, again, it was rectifying this problem that existed from decades before, that East Palo Alto wasn't incorporated. It was the neighborly thing to do. It was the right thing to do. And it didn't have a value at the time because there weren't other interested parties, at least to my knowledge. I wasn't on Bosque at the time, but certainly anyone who served on the council, no one was standing up and saying we would like some, we are having trouble doing what we want to do, and we'd like to purchase some of your ISG. So that's why this is a transactional opportunity, which is quite different from what we did last time. And I know you're hoping to use it as the prior opportunity as a way to understand this one, but I really truly feel that they're quite different. The Mountain View number has some potential relevance, but as Ms. Daly already explained, there are two different parts about that are different. And you already hit on the supply and demand, right? The price is going to be determined by the supply and the demand. We may have some supply. The demand now is going to be quite different, potentially from other agencies, than it was at the time we did East Palo Alto.
Okay.
I hope that helps.
So basically what you're saying was that in 2018, when we did this half million gallons to East Palo Alto, the value was zero. And today, 4 years later, the
I don't
value
know
could be
that the
10.
value is zero.
Okay.
I am comfortable with the fact that we didn't charge for it.
Okay. Well, the decision that we gave it away, that is water in the bridge, so to speak, right? So I'm not debating that. That is, we don't need to debate it because it already happened. But what I'm trying to assess here is, because I was told very strongly by many, many people that this was zero value, $0. But it seems like that's the same thing that we're trying to sell now, except we're trying to sell twice as much of it. And so if it's $0 in 2018, how is 4 years later, it's suddenly worth tens of millions? That's the thing that doesn't.
If it's
I think
not
I just
worth
answered
that,
it.
Excuse me, if we end up determining that it's not worth that, then we won't do a sale.
Well,
So
then
what's
why
the
you
point
spend
of
120
this?
hours of senior resource planner time?
Because there are multiple parties, multiple Bosque agencies are interested in purchasing ISG. And it'll go back to that table I was describing at the beginning. The agency among the 26 with the largest gap in millions per gallon per day between what we can use and what we use is us. Okay. And then it just to your question about the senior resource planner, I mean, the staff's really clear here. In order to do the One Water plan, we need to have funding for these projects. So much of the work involved with addressing the ISG transfer can be complementary to what the senior resource planner is already doing on One Water. So I agree with the mayor that this is a small amount of staff work for a potentially large reward. And I know we need to get to the public and then we need to get back to the discussion. So I hope that's been enough answers to your technical questions.
Well, it's something which it's not very satisfactory because either the half million gallons had value, okay, or
so Councilmember Tanaka, right? This section is for technical questions and you're into a policy debate. So why don't we hear from members of the public and then we can come back and have our discourse.
Well, I think we disagree on that because this is the root of the question. Is it worth something or not? Back in 2018, it was said it was worth $0, right? You said it, in fact. You said it very loudly to me, right? And I think you were very angry at me because I was debating that it wasn't zero value. But I think it does have value. But given that you in particular insisted it had zero value, and now you're telling me today it has value. I'm like, what the heck, right?
Okay, so I would like to defer that to the actual record rather than your misrepresentation of what was said. But at this time, we'll go on to the public. Do we have any members of the public who wish to speak? Okay, we so far have 5 members of the public. And our first speaker is Bill Ross. Welcome.
Good evening. I'd like to first say that it's very hard to comment on this colleague's memo because it doesn't have a level of detail to be fully informed to even direct what's desired, which has 2 components as I read it. Starts off in the first paragraph. The document that one of the proponents of the letter references is the Urban Water Management Plan. It's referred to as the general plan for water by many jurisdictions that have water capability. I think it is correct to say that it's adopted, but at least by the city's website, it's still going through the annual updates. So I think that information would be helpful. Second, the second paragraph is the one that I think needs justification, and I think the council questions support that. The first part indicates that this transfer would go to another jurisdiction because they need the water or to address an additional housing and or mixed-use development project. The second sentence is where the statement's made, where staff has even indicated that there's a need for full correspondence on the RENA issue to make it fully accurate. This has been the subject of ongoing legislative efforts in the LAFCO law. 56-133 was recently amended to make it effective the first of this year, to say that a city may provide new or extended services only if it outside its boundaries, only if it first requests and receives approval from the commission of the county in which the affected territory is located. There are indications of its non-applicability, and in the past, those have dealt with water transfers. The only ones now do not deal with high quality water transfers. The second point, another point that I'd like to raise is, what are these lists of potential water supply projects? There's a private project involved here. I think that information needs to come forward so that there is this level of detail so that the public can understand what is actually proposed with accurate information with the updated urban water management plan. This residence doesn't engage in the water conservation practices of irrigating, drought-tolerant landscaping, and another practice with many residences have engaged in this city, only to have this water transferred to another jurisdiction to put in a mixed-use development. What if it includes affordable housing? Why not have the consideration also include the RENA? I just think there needs to be more supplementation and a level of detail that's not reflective so that the public can comment intelligently on this matter. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Keith Bennett, to be followed by Rebecca Eisenberg. Welcome. You should.
Hello.
Yes.
Thank you. I agree with many things that Bill Ross said. I'm Keith Bennett. I'm a resident and residential property owner in Palo Alto. I have made very significant financial investments over the years to reduce our personal water consumption. My primary motivation has been to leave more water available for environmental needs, such as the Bay Delta water flows and protection of fisheries, not supporting development somewhere else. But thank you for thinking outside of the box. Here is my perspective. This transaction is a one-time only deal. It is not sustainable, nor do we have any recourse to get the water back if we decide we need it. The ISG is not a guarantee to deliver that amount of water upon request. Water in California is vastly over-allocated. Ask Valley Water about their allocation from the State Water Project. 1 million gallons per day is enough to support approximately 10,000 people at 100 gallons per day per person. Let's assume that all the water is used to support housing to slightly offset the jobs housing imbalance. At 2 persons per unit, that's 5,000 units. At $1 million per unit, which is about the price of workforce housing, this water enables $5 billion in development. Is $30 million a good deal for us? There's a better way. Let's say we'd like to spend $30 million for recycled water or another purpose. Current rates on 30-year municipal bonds are 2.05%. We could borrow $30 million, and with a 30-year amortization, pay back the loan at the rate of $1,120,000 per year. That's not even $1 per month for the daytime workforce, or $2 per month per resident. Do you think Palo Alto residents would support selling water rights for $24 per year over 30 years? In summary, just because this idea is outside of the box doesn't mean it's good. This is a bad idea, and staff has much more important things to do with their time. This proposal should end here and now. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Rebecca Eisenberg, to be followed by Lynn Chiapella.
Thank you. First, I want to thank and state my agreement with the articulate comments made by Bill Ross and Keith Bennett. I also want to add to Mr. Bennett's comments about the potential of taking out loans. Palo Alto also owns 7 acres of actual real estate in Cubberley, which the city of Palo Alto could be found liable for wasting as assets. It is completely non-leveraged, non-monetized. It is sitting there. There are many other options for revenue generation beyond this extraordinarily ill-conceived notion. You don't need to have a degree in statistics, which I have, to see with your plain eyes that water usage in our city is not decreasing and is actually increasing. Looking back at Ms. Cormack's slide, connect the dots of the past few years, and you see a trend that goes up, not down. I was surprised and disheartened to hear the conclusion, which is not based by their own evidence, that our water usage is decreasing, being actually stated as some sort of determinative evidence here. Connect those dots and you will see for yourself. And anecdotal observations and statements that are without research, that our community is using more low water irrigation systems for their landscaping, is wholly unjustified and speculative at best. We don't even here in Palo Alto have any public policy that encourages, much less rewards, property owners for switching out their large water usage landscaping for low water usage landscaping. If this actually were something that you were encouraging, wouldn't you actually put it in some sort of public policy like so many other cities do? Additionally, I really need to point out here that lowering our supply of water through any means is going to have the virtually unavoidable consequence of increasing water prices. I'm sure you all remember from Econ 101 that there are only 2 things that determine prices: supply and demand. What we do know, as stated very clearly by council members Filseth and Koo, thank you for pointing this out, that we do have an obligation to increase housing by 25% over the next years. So we know demand is going to go up. This would also decrease supply. How this wouldn't move the cost over to residents in the form of higher water prices is a big question. Will this increase costs for residents? Let us know.
Thank you. And our next speaker is Lynn Chiapella, to be followed by our final speaker, Ivan Kisioff. Welcome.
Lynn Chiapella. I have questions which the first 3 speakers have mentioned. So I am going to give you some anecdotal. One is I've talked to a couple of neighbors. One neighbor was flabbergasted that you were even thinking about doing this at all, and wondered if his water rates would go down if you made this fabulous sale, or would his water rates just continue to go up as they have been? And that has made people, I think, much more conservatious than they would have been. But I live in Midtown, very near the commercial area. Trees are coming out left and right. Safeway has what? Turned the water off, and how many trees are missing? 15? Does the city do anything about that? No. Does it save them a lot of money? Yes. How about Chase Bank? They don't have enough money to water their trees, so they all died. How about the church? Those trees are all dying across the street from me because they haven't had any water. So what I'm seeing is faux grass going in everywhere so you don't have to pay for water. Trees, especially street trees, but certainly trees on the property are being cut down at a fabulous rate. They are not being replaced. These are large, old trees. They are coming down all through South Palo Alto. I don't know where you folks all live or whether you come down here. And I see dead and dying street trees because we have ceased watering any of our trees in problematic areas. They say the canopy does it all. I don't know. I just know that we're not getting the watering that we used to get on Middlefield Road. So those trees are in terrible shape, and you will see big holes and black plastic on Middlefield Road in the commercial area. So I am not in support of this at this time because you have not, in my opinion, the city has not dealt with the problems, the water problems we currently have. And I think that you need to show some sort of support to bring back Hoover Park, for example, with dead grass everywhere. How about the fact that there's no mulch on the trees that are dying on Middlefield Road in the commercial area? How about planting some trees which aren't twigs when you take down a giant tree? So I've lost 3 trees. Most of the trees on this street have been planted by private interests. The city's trees have died. So I'm not in support of this at this time until you deal with the water issues we have currently. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes our public comments. Before returning to the council, I'd like to return to staff to see if Ms. Daly can respond to a couple of the concerns by members of the public. The first one was whether we have or we have in conjunction with Valley Water any existing programs and policies on low water use in landscaping and within buildings.
Yes, thank you. We have a couple of things on the books here in Palo Alto. One is the model water landscape ordinance that dictates what types of landscaping need to be installed for a certain threshold of project size. And we also have water conservation requirements built into the green building code as well. So those are 2 things that drive the types of landscaping and water using equipment that go into new development. We also run a large suite of water conservation programs administered by Valley Water, including a landscape replacement program that we cost share on. So we match the rebates that Valley Water provides so that Palo Altans get more money for replacing landscape than residents and surrounding communities do. Those are the 2 things I wanted to mention. Was that the answer to your question?
I think so. And I guess the other thing is there were questions about impact on water rates and as I understand the considerations, I just want to reiterate to members of the public that the colleagues memo is a referral to study deeper. It's not an effort to have had a comprehensive evaluation of the subject. It's beginning a process of that study, not ending it and offering all the conclusions. That's what the council would consider if they then ever decided to move forward with the transfer. But the only way that this would, if as I understand it, impact water rates is no impact unless we use the dollars to further invest in the capital funding for advanced water recycling, which would potentially then reduce our water costs modestly if the operational costs of the recycling were lower than what we pay for Hetch Hetchy water. So the capital cost is significant, but the operation costs are more moderate on the or modest on the advanced recycling. Is that correct?
Yes, I would say that's correct. I would add, I want to add one thing back on conservation, and that is about the trees. We do communicate frequently with Canopy, and they've helped us make sure that when we put out calls for using water efficiently, that we also include messaging about proper care of trees. And so that's something that we've been really, really mindful of the past few years, ever since the last drought, to really reinforce the importance of keeping the urban canopy healthy. It is valuable for many, many reasons, not the least of which is mitigating climate change. So that's one thing on conservation. On rates, generally our rates are driven by two main factors. One is the need to maintain and upgrade and keep in a good condition our distribution system. So ISG sale is not related to that need. And then the second is our rate that we pay for actual water from San Francisco Public Utilities Commission. And this is somewhat counterintuitive maybe, but the more water that San Francisco sells to us and the other 25 agencies, the lower that commodity rate is. And so to the extent that we all buy less water from San Francisco, which is, there are good reasons for that to be the case, that does result in higher rates because, there's kind of a famous quote in California that water's free. What we're all paying for is the infrastructure. And so those fixed costs get spread out over less volume of water.
We often have a confusion that if we pay more per gallon, that is basically because we're using fewer gallons. And so it's not necessarily that our water bill would go up as a result of that, although the rates have been going up at a faster pace than our decline in use. But those both things can occur simultaneously, that our number of gallons we use is less and what we pay per gallon goes up. But also I just want to emphasize what you were talking about. I also care deeply about the canopy and our lawns in our parks, and they have nothing to do with this. This proposal does not affect those things positively nor negatively in any way. That's a different subject, but people are associating anything to do with water, they're lumping it together kind of intuitively in this discussion, and that's not really what the facts support. Councilmember Cormack.
Thank you, Mayor Byrd. I just wanted to, again, echo your statement that this is the beginning of a discussion. And I do apologize to the member of the public. I should have linked the urban water management plan. That would have been helpful in the colleagues memo. I apologize about that. Thank you for the suggestion. And I had my hand up also to discuss the counterintuitive nature of the fact that in the event we sold one MGD and it was used by someone else, that would increase the amount of water that the SFPUC is selling. And then that would mean the fixed costs of that are spread over a larger base. But it's a pretty small, it's going to be the one out of the 184. So it'd be a minor change to that. And I think Ms. Daly did an excellent job explaining that. Just on conservation programs, I wanted to add on the city's website, you can click onto the Valley Water one that Ms. Daly was describing about the lawn, which is really a lawn replacement program. But there's also Valley Water also, and I'll just read this, provides things like low flow shower heads free of charge. You go to the Valley Water shopping cart. And then this is a good plug for the Home Efficiency Genie because they can help you find leaks and make changes there. So the utilities program really has a very robust program for that and often communicates about it. So look forward to any more comments or questions from from our colleagues on this topic.
Okay, any other comments from colleagues? Council Member Tanaka.
Okay, so I did as you recommended. I actually went back to the minutes, the sense minutes from the May meeting in 2018, May 7th meeting. So you guys could pull it up as well. So, and so I'd actually like to ask staff, city manager was Jim Keene back then, but Jim Keene said that there was negligible value in the water rights. So I guess what does staff say today? I'm just trying to. I heard the mayor's opinion, but I'd love to hear the staff's opinion. Do these water rights have value or not? Because back in 2018, 4 years ago, it was no value. So how is it so different today and tonight? I'd like to hear staff's opinion, please.
Well, as you were speaking, I was trying to bring up those minutes, but in any
I'll
case,
send you a link. Well, I can share my screen if you want to see.
It's okay. I can find it myself. I just wasn't able to do it fast enough. You know, I think as has been stated, the market is developing, and as limited a market as it is certainly further along than it was back at that point in time. And we acknowledged that then, that there would be this further discussion of how ISGs would be or could be transferred among agencies. But at the time, we didn't know how this would ultimately play out.
That's fair. And you weren't city manager at the time, so I'm not trying to put you on the spot per se.
Yeah, it's close to utilities though, so you can blame me. It's okay.
Okay, but anyways, okay. So there's been a incredible appreciation of 500,000 gallons worth of water from negligible to, potentially, $5 million or perhaps more. And I could get that, right? We're in a major drought, water's needed. So I could get that. You heard the mayor's comment about the cost of 120 hours of senior resource planner time. It's like a few that he said, I think he was saying like a couple $1,000s. Is that right? Is that roughly what it's cost?
That's, once again, you misrepresent what I stated. I said thousands of dollars. I did not, you inserted a couple. It's 120 hours, which is approximately 3 weeks out of a month.
Mayor, I have the floor, and I
as a personal privilege, I have a right to insist upon not a false representation of what I just said.
Can staff answer the question? How much roughly would it cost?
Councilmember Tanaka, I would believe it's going to be roughly around $15,000. It's about $100 an hour for a senior. 120 hours, $12,000 to $15,000 for just for labor. No bennies, no nothing added to that.
Okay, understood. Okay, thank you for that. So, given the revelation tonight of how 500,000 gallons worth of water goes from negligible to $5 million, perhaps more, this could be a potentially very valuable asset, right? And to sell it for one time only, especially given the current inflation rate, where inflation is, we printed 40% of dollars over the past couple of years during the pandemic, and how that we're going through a really systemic drought, like a 100-year drought situation. I believe water would become even more valuable. And we just saw in this past 4 years where, 500,000 gallons becomes negligible to millions of dollars, like in just 4 years. It's pretty incredible. So I would only be in favor of this if we had the option to take it back. And I realize from the rules that that's not possible. Or there's some sort of thing, something in the contract that said that we could take it back, or they would transfer it back to us or something like that. Because I think to do a one-time transfer and I think some of the speakers talked about it, to do a one-time transfer for something that, we've just seen massive appreciation in 4 years. This is probably the best. I thought Bitcoin did well. This is even better than Bitcoin in terms of its valuation increase, right? It's like 4 years. It goes from nothing to they could do a Series A, right? It's pretty good valuation in terms of what this water is worth. I don't think it'd be prudent for us to do a one-time sell unless we could get guarantees of getting it back. And, I think also just given the climate change situation, water is scarce. Water is really valuable. People go to war over water. And so I think we have to be really cautious here. And I agree with the speakers. Like, I see dead trees all over the place. Like I stopped watering my lawn, right? A lot of my neighbors have, right? So there's the idea that we are using less water is because we have a less comfortable environment. And I don't know if that's what we really want. I think Palo Alto's been, we're named after a tree, right? I think we want to be able to have a canopy, right? We want to be able to have, and we want to be the tree city, right? We don't want to be the dead tree city, right? I don't know how do you say dead in Spanish, but whatever, it's not dead Palo Alto. We want, we want a green Palo Alto, right? So I don't know. I think we have to think hard about this. And again, unless we could get some sort of option to take it back, which maybe not be possible because of the contract, or unless we can insist on they transfer back upon our request or something, I think we have to be very, very careful here.
Okay. Other colleagues? Councilmember Du Bois.
Yeah, so just a quick question for Carla. So during a drought, we can get a reduction in our allocation, right?
Correct. I mean, during a water supply shortage, there's only a certain amount of water to be divided up among the 26 agencies in San Francisco.
Yeah, so I mean, to me, that's the important number to look at. It's what happens in a severe drought. And I think the allocation during a drought is based on a formula that's something like 1/3 to the ISG and 2/3 based on your actual demand. And, when we looked at the transfer to East Palo Alto, I think we evaluated up to a $1.5 million transfer. And at that time, I think the impact was it would have potentially raised our reduction during a drought from like 22% to 25%. Because we'd have a smaller ISG. And so, like looking at these numbers, if we're at 16.5 MGB today and we got a 25% reduction in a severe extended drought, we could be at something like 11.6 MGD available to us. And yeah, I know we'll continue to try to conserve more, but as we build out homes, my concern is that gap could get narrow. And our projected purchase was based on the comp plan at about 10.10 MGB. So that gave us kind of a margin of error about 1.5 MGB, if my math's right. And again, we're talking about long-term forecasts. I'm concerned this is a permanent transfer, which is kind of a long time. And we look at it at 2045 or 2055. I just feel like having this insurance in the case of a severe drought, is important. I did have some of the thoughts that Councilmember Tanaka had on kind of timing, and I do expect this would value would increase over time, and we might have a clearer picture over time. But I don't see the urgency of kind of spending staff time on this now, when we are having discussions about kind of staff workload. And I know we could say that for any project that comes to us. Any project takes time, but I don't see the urgency behind this one. And so again, the comp plan is out of date right now. The RENA numbers are much larger than what's in our comp plan, and they have a lot more teeth as these laws are coming at us. So, if you look at 6,000 units for the next 8 years, and then you expect if our RENA goes up for the following housing element, which I expect it will, and again, we're all dealing in kind of averages and things. That's 13,000 homes in 16 years. Not that we would build them all, but I kind of end up as I look at this and just thinking kind of if it's not broke, kind of why fix it? And I just feel like we should defer this and not spend staff time on it right now. So that's kind of where my thinking is.
Councilmember Cormac.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Bird. I just want to talk a little bit about the drought allocations because it's actually, like everything in water and particularly with Bosca, pretty complicated. It's a 7-step process. We're actually, Bosca is working with a consultant to reevaluate it. At this time, the ISG is one component, and Carlo will correct me if I get this wrong, in one of the 6 steps. Fundamentally, I share your concern. I mean, for years, I've been watching this and trying to understand more. If we sell this and use the money to invest in recycled water, we are essentially getting ahead of the game and preparing ourselves for the next drought and the drought after that. I just wanted to touch on that drought part. Honestly, 120 hours is 3 weeks of work. I don't think that's a reason not to do this tonight. And fundamentally, this may come back in June if we can get the votes tonight, and we may decide it's a terrible idea. I don't know why we would hold on to something we will never use. And I just don't see a scenario under which we're going to get up to this ISG level. So it's hard for me as our Bosca rep, each month, and each year to look at this and wonder if we're doing the right thing by holding on to something when we could potentially, reap benefits for ourselves and our self-sufficiency and assist other members of the agency in the process. So honestly, I think it would have been derelict in my duty to not bring this forward. I'm super grateful that, the mayor has been my partner on this. We've had some really good conversations with staff to be sure that this was something worth bringing forward. So I'm hopeful that even if you think it's a bad idea now, that you'll let staff spend a little time on it and come back and provide us more information. I know colleagues have done that before, and I ask you to consider that tonight.
Councilmember Stone.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think I'll put on my history teacher hat for a moment, just kind of reflect on the fact that civilizations throughout human history have worked on creative solutions to secure water access. And that reminds me of the Romans building aqueducts, the Mayans constructing underground storage chambers. I mean, this really isn't a new issue in our time, but yeah, I think we can take a lot of lessons from history and maybe superimpose those lessons to the threat of water shortages in the near and long term. And yeah, I was doing a little research for this item because really when it first came, I was very interested in the out of the box kind of thinking here in the proposal, and so I do appreciate this memo coming from our 2 authors. But there's this GAR special report on drought that was published in 2021. I believe it was published by the United Nations Office for Disaster Risk Reduction. Got to pull up my notes and try to find this quote here. And it warned that, here we go. And it warned, and I'll quote, "Drought has been the single longest term physical trigger of political change in 5,000 years of recorded human history." And then the report goes on to raise the alarm that climate change will increase the frequency, severity, and length of droughts. And I know this is nothing new to any of us and anyone really watching. No secret, California and the West Coast is headed towards a mega drought. And with population on the rise and a mega drought likely in our near future, I'm with Councilmember Du Bois. I question if this is the correct time to be selling our water. And I think especially for me, I think the biggest fact that really makes me hesitant is that we're going to be doing that in perpetuity. And to quote one more source, there's this hydrologist from Arizona State University. His name is Dr. Enrique Vivoni. And I thought it was relevant to what we're talking about tonight. He said, as cities continue to grow, they will have more water demand from many sectors: residential, industrial, ecological. And city planners have to think ahead, and not only 5-10 years, but perhaps 50 or 100 years. And I really agree with Dr. Vavoni there. I think we really need to be looking at this long-term, 50 to 100 years from today, and what situation we're going to be in then with water shortages, especially given the ongoing just deluge of Sacramento mandates that's going to continue to add greater demand and growth without any additional state resources really being provided to help cities accommodate that growth and that increased infrastructure and that increased demand that water is going to have in that amount of time. So I think one thing that makes me concerned is we're only seeing projections here to 2045 when, again, agreeing with Dr. Vavoni, we really need to be thinking much further out on something like this. And so yeah, I don't really see how a one-time payment for such a valuable resource that we're going to give up in perpetuity. I don't know if that calculus really makes sense to me at the moment. I think the battle for water really, again, I mean, it's altered our world in profound ways. It's going to continue to do so in the decades to come. I fear it's only going to get worse. So again, although I appreciate the out-of-the-box thinking by the authors of this memo, I also think it's wise to just learn those historical lessons and be prudent in our water supply moving forward and not selling those rights. So I think that's where I'm at now. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Koo.
Councilmember Stone, that was so eloquent. Thank you very much for saying all of that. And I would have to agree. It's a resource that we have for Palo Alto, and while there are many components that make up how we purchase water and how we have the water, I don't think most Palo Alto residents knows the different buckets that it comes in. All they see is that they are conserving water. They're not using as much. They're not getting their lawns watered. And at the same time, water rate seems to continue to go up. So there is that factor that I don't think with us selling off a resource, even though if it's a selling, you sell it, it's still a giveaway in their minds. Then it brings to mind also that, I often wonder when we gifted our water to East Palo Alto and that allowed them to build more, how much of it was office space and how much did their land increase and what did that do to displacement in East Palo Alto? And I do know that Mountain View had declined allocating part of their share when they were asked for, to sell their water. And I believe they're also a Bosca agency. So I kind of makes me wonder, why is it that they have decided not to sell off when they have that minimum allocation or whatever the term is that was referred to earlier. But I think that, we have to think of our residents and our city. And the more important part of it is to remember to take care of our city first. And I appreciate the, like Councilmember Stone said, that, it's out of the box thinking, but I have to come back to remembering our residents and our city first. Thank you.
So I'm going to jump in here next and see if we can wrap this up. First, I want to just provide a couple responses, but then offer some direction. First, when we transferred the water to East Palo Alto, that was very much a social and racial justice decision. And in that case, we could have put strings attached on how they use it, or we could have respected that it's their right and their decision-making, whether we agreed fully with the uses of it or not. And I lean toward the latter, even though I wasn't on the council when the decision was finally made. It was initiated in my last year on the council, and I supported it. And I would have liked to been able to have them use it for purposes that we would have more agreed with. but my opinion was that that was their decision to make. They were deprived of a proper allocation when those were made, and this was redressing a past injustice is why we did it there. As far as for the long term, I think that we will see in the long term that our future in water is much more based upon water efficient use in agriculture, in landscaping, in our homes, and in water reuse from recycling and advanced recycling. And that's the real future that we're going to see in water. And that was an identified prospective use of these funds. But that opportunity will remain out there if we don't move forward tonight. I also wanted Councilmember Du Bois raised the question of, well, what would be our allocation in a drought scenario, a severe drought scenario? It's actually, the math is a little different. We have 16.5 million gallons per day. A 25% reduction would leave us 12.375. And we got down in the last drought, because our use goes down the drought, right around 8 million. So we still had an allocation in the drought that was 50% above our use today.
We'd have 1 million less though, right? You'd sell that million.
Yes, that's right. So, but that's what it was at that time. And we were using 50%, or we had an allocation 50% above our use in that severe drought, which was an historic drought. And lastly, that the water issue and what we've seen tonight, and I've observed for a long while, is really an emotional issue in many regards. That when we have a drought, I'll see members of my household conserving cups of water when they'll be far less emotionally attached to energy waste and other things. It's just something that strikes us on a very personal and emotional level. And a lot of the concerns that have been expressed by the public and even members of the council tonight are not truly connected to what would be the pragmatic impacts. Some of them are, but others are more emotional associations about, but we're all concerned about water. How could we possibly give away some of our allocation, even if it means that, as Councilmember Cormack stated, that we utilize our water allocation at a lower percentage than any of the other BOSCA agencies. So every one of them would be in trouble before we would. Nevertheless, it's clear to me that this is not the time at which the community and the education around this makes this something that would be is ripe and to be well received by the council or the community. And so I'm not going to support moving forward with requesting a vote on the colleagues' memo at this time. Councilmember Cormack.
I appreciate your position, but I wonder if we could just direct staff to develop a policy to guide the evaluation of prospective ISG transfers and return to council in the fall. I mean, there's some council members who've spoken this evening saying maybe, but not now. And if we don't have staff work on the policy, well, you know, whatever future council will have to start over from zero again. I think it'd be worth, you know, putting the policy to a vote and letting the staff spend some time on that.
Well, I don't think there's a rush toward it. And I think that there are some times where force feeding something is counterproductive. And
I don't think I was force feeding anything, but it sounds like you're not entertaining motions.
Well, I'm describing what we would be doing in that manner as force feeding it over what are the objections. And so I think that it's just more prudent to defer this to a future consideration. You know, it took us a long time before, and we had great community angst over the reopening of Foothills Park. And those of us who go up there regularly see that it's really worked out pretty well. And so I don't know when or if in the future we'll be at a point where we would be willing to reconsider this proposal. but I don't think we are at this time. So I'm not going to make a motion to place the colleagues memo before a vote, and if we don't have one otherwise, I think we would have the item in for lack of a motion. All right. On that note, I think we've concluded this item. And that takes us to council member questions, comments, and announcements. Councilmember Cormack.
I appreciate the staff's informational report in item 6. I know a member of the public spoke earlier this evening about how it was hard to see online. It would be so much more helpful though if it included a map. The long list of, and maybe there was one somewhere linked through everything, it was a little hard to tell, but there was a long list of addresses and some sort of map I think would be helpful. And then I just wanted to flag for the council, I don't know if we'll be discussing that this Saturday. Now that we're back doing a lot of remote, the order of voting, I know prior mayors have rotated the order or mixed it up a bit. So I just wanted to flag that as something for the mayor and the city manager, perhaps, and the clerk to consider either making a decision or perhaps we can discuss on Saturday. Thanks.
Yeah, that was through, I have deferred that to the clerk, and I can work with the clerk on rotating that. No big deal.
Thanks.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Yeah, we have a very large Asian community these days. Just want to wish everyone happy Chinese New Year, Year of the Tiger. Actually, I had a Chinese New Year dinner I missed because of this, but council is important, so I showed up. So anyways, happy Chinese New Year, everyone.
Happy New Year.
Just a couple of updates that I would like to provide. So first, I'm representing the city at the Santa Clara County Cities Association. And last year I proposed that climate protection be one of the priority areas for the Cities Association this coming year, or this last year. It had some support, but there was an overwhelming focus on pandemic response, which was understandable. When I proposed it this year, we received unanimous support. And so it is one of the priorities of the Santa Clara County Cities Association, which then begs the question of what might that mean for us? And it can mean a couple of different things. One is looking at collaborations on different programs and efforts that we as a city are taking that we could do together with other cities in the county or the community choice aggregators. But it can also mean that we collaborate on pursuing state legislation. And one of the things that has recently come up has been the whole issue of what's happening to our recycled materials. We've had a staff report update on that, and that basically we and Green Waste don't have the leverage to really extract from the brokers and agencies, entities that export materials that are intended to be recycled. We don't have the leverage to force them to disclose what those uses would be and the final destiny of those materials. But the state would have such an ability, as well as the ability to hopefully build in-state capacity for recycling and diminish the offshoring of those materials. So that's one example, and there are significant climate-related impacts of that recycling as well. So it's not merely a land use and a landfill issue. And then second, I think I share with my colleagues a real escalating concern on the violence and burglaries that are occurring in our community. And And I fully appreciate that our police department has been slashed in its staffing in the last 2 years. And we're asking our police department to respond to its share of a regional uptick that's significant in these kinds of incidents with significantly less staffing. And so I fully appreciate that that is a constraint on their ability to do the investigations and the preventative measures and all kinds of things that they would like to be doing in response to this. Nevertheless, I'd like to ask the city manager to be providing a more in-depth report on how we're attempting to respond to this ongoing wave of serious incidents and what it would take for us to have the resources to respond more effectively. And lastly, to a sad subject, I'd like to adjourn the meeting in honor of Leonard Mello, who passed away this last week. Leo was an engineering service employee in the Public Works Department since 2006. He worked as a field services inspector and contributed to the success of many capital improvement projects. And he'll be missed greatly by the organization and the Public Works team. And we thank him for his many years of service to the Palo Alto community. And we offer our sincere condolences to his family. And on that note, the meeting is adjourned.